open the doc. This is kind of like our daily stand-up Scrum terms. So the first thing I want to do today is basically if the server's down, like let's say you log in, the server's down, it should give you a message, basically a situation. Like you could call it like a message of the day. It only displays if the server's down, but it's basically an explanation for like, hey, the server's going to be down. So, I mean, down for during the nights. We're going to roll the server down until we add Cloudflare, which actually that is probably what I'm going to do today for the morning. No one really watches in the morning, so um, so I can do the boring, boring stuff there. I'm gonna do the MS message of the day first. I'm gonna call it that message of the day. But first, let me start up the server here. Yeah, so that still hasn't redirected. I changed this yesterday. And slightly annoying. I feel like DNS records, it's like a little ridiculous how slow it is for some stuff. But other stuff is really quick. Like so I think I'll do two things before we do the Cloudflare. I kind of want to remove this statue here and replace it with um the slide post. Just looks better. I think I might just remove this one. It's kind of a little silly. Um, and I'm probably gonna maybe just do a little bit of cleaning up. I think basically these islands the size of these the trees and stuff should be fixed. And I should do a little cleaning up of some stuff. Bigger trees and the islands. Well, just basically the minimum tree size should be higher. And then move the weird dude statue thing. Cool, let's start with the message of the day. I want to make sure I'm actually connected. Yesterday, I noticed for some reason the connection was not working, even though the server was on, so I was a little confused by that. So let me open Safari. It could be I'm using the same account, so it doesn't register as another player. Oh, there it is. All right, cool. But I did notice something yesterday, which is not super great, I think, but I'm not really sure, which is, let's reload the page here. Interesting. This is actually interesting because yesterday I was getting totally loaded with some socket requests. That must have been what was happening. But I did take a screenshot of it so I can maybe plug it in. One second, I'll blank my screen for a moment. I'm gonna check that screenshot and plug it in. Just in case I have some strange files or something. Because I gotta go through everything. I don't see it. But I know I made the screenshot. Right? Maybe I didn't. That kind of sucks. But we'll just wait, I guess, for that to happen again. Um, Thought I took a screenshot though. I need to look one more time before I definitively say. Oh, I don't think it's ordered actually. The by date. It's important. Yesterday. Oh, okay. I guess I didn't take a screenshot. So message of the day. Let's do it. Open up cursor here. So how does it work currently? You got the login screen and you got the second screen, right? So basically, the if the server's down after the second screen, it should say that information. And second screen doesn't always appear because you might already be logged in. So basically, just make sure to check that. The first screen appears in Firebase. So basically, we want to add a new thing. I'm going to call it message of the day. It's basically going to be a screen that sometimes appears after the first two screens. So basically, we have the first screen, right, which is the Firebase login. That, you know, that one doesn't always appear. And then there's the second one, which is you basically set your name and color. That one also doesn't really appear. I mean, it doesn't always appear. So basically, the logic for this is if either of them appear, we want to appear after them. So we want to make sure that the message of the day comes after those screens somehow. I'm not really sure how exactly, but and just to start, I want you to make that screen. We're going to maybe add a few things, but the main component of this is make sure it appears after those first two screens. Attach UI.js, I guess. I don't really know. Do we have a screen for the? Okay, I don't. And I think another thing I'm going to do is mute the music by default. Okay, that's actually a good point. I need a flag that I can turn off in the code base or turn on. That's basically for testing, debugging, stuff like that. So I'm gonna add that next. And one of the things is it will turn off the music. And also if you mute, it's to be saved in your storage that you muted, local storage. So I guess that's actually the fix for that. Yeah. So we'll do that actually before too. We'll do all three of those things first, and then we'll do Cloudflare. Dev flag also music preference stored local storage. I may have to do something for a second here. Okay, there okay, great. I put it in main. I don't really want it in main actually. Make sure to make it a separate file if you don't mind. Thank you. I'm gonna check something too. I mean, something I want to see is, can I run multiple, because this will speed up my workflow, queries and cursor. That's nice spell. Queries and cursor at the same time. Really? No questions on that? Oh, see what's possible. And can you imagine? I basically plug in all my ideas. Like basically the during the day is ideation, and then I just plug in all my ideas, and then it runs all the composers at the same time. Jesus. That's crazy. This game would go very quick. Just plug in all the stuff in the to-do list. Granted, you have to test it, etc. But it mostly works, the changes. So. What's this guy doing? He's trying to work for cursor or something? Whatever it added yesterday for the glows is looking so good. What is this image that's called? What is this? I think it added something like this. Don't really know if I want to do that all the time. But it's stopped, so could be for the water, maybe. Let's see, I'm gonna check something real quick. Hold on. I wonder if there's like a hack you can do to like run multiple, like basically you have multiple cursor accounts, right? Set up a bunch of virtual machines. That actually would work. That actually might be something to do. Now I'm thinking about it. This is an interesting idea. I'm going to note it. So basically, I would, if I need to, I don't know if I need to create virtual machines for this. I think I can't open a new, I don't think I can open a new window. But I don't know if it offers the feature of opening a new window without closing the old one. But I think the best workflow would basically be, because I mean, think about it, right? You have a bunch of scoped features, right? To their own changes. So let's say you had, four VMs, right? Four or five, and you just start plugging them in. You gotta speed up the workflow a lot. Let's do it, honestly. Speed is everything here, right? And it's just temporary. They're gonna fix it so you can run multiple, obviously, but I think it might take a little bit. It might take a month, right? So if I have multiple agents running, and I have four or five of them running every time I'm waiting, then it'll move so much quicker. So basically, I'll constantly be doing something in this version of the workflow. I can jump from one to the next branch to the next branch. Um, I don't even need branches, but just in case, like you just create a branch of not by saying the same files. Is there a simple way? I'm gonna ask grok that. Set up a virtual machine on. I don't really want to. There's like an extremely simple way to set up a virtual machine on my MacBook. Yeah, makes sense. Just install Linux. This well, I'm pretty sure cursor works on Linux, but just make sure. Does cursor work on Linux? That's a VS Code fork, so definitely. I think this is necessary. If I want to move quickly, we want to move quickly. We need to be able, like a lot of times yesterday, I was just sitting around, right? Just waiting around. Sometimes I was playing the game, but a lot of times just on my phone, waiting for the thing to load. So if I can do three others, just go boom, boom, boom. Let me just make sure something. Um, do you think I could run four virtual machines at the same time on my MacBook? Is it capable of doing that without the RAM wall? Makes sense. Barely. So that's what I have, right? Yeah, interesting. So a solution maybe. Do you think I could have a virtual private server for my dev environment to make this work? Basically, okay, here's my idea, right? So please give me feedback on this idea. I want to have multiple cursor agents running at the same time, multiple cursor composers running at the same time. So my idea is create 4 or 5 virtual machines. Each has cursor, each has its own account. And then I should be able to just rotate between them and just run commands basically on the to-do list. I guess first of all, does this violate cursor terms? I'm not really sure. But secondarily, could it even work if I basically maybe just have I set up some AWS thing or something? Yeah, it's a little dicey. But I think if I only use a few, it's probably okay. I mean, obviously, if you made like 50, they'd probably be like, all right. But if I use 3 or 4, not really sure it's that big of a deal. Yeah, I guess we'll look at that concurrent use composer cursor just to see what they say about it. For some multiple. Is this allowed? Oh, can you do this? Can you actually have both generating at the same time? I didn't even try it. I just assumed you can't. But you see, that's not quite what I want. Basically, what I want would be like, um, multiple versions of the repo it's editing on. And I need to have a new window for that because I can't have the history tab, different files. It's interesting. So I don't think it's against it's basically, set up a virtual box. Yeah, could work. Could, 4, 5, 2, book. Oh, I don't want to do this. What was that one? But I feel like if I spin up the 4 to 5 EC2 instances, it won't be very seamless to switch between them. Basically, I should be able to very easily switch to the other cursors and um the other like switch between the cursors. So would it be possible? Because basically it should be like a second, right? I'm on one composer and I switch to another composer on another one. Okay, it doesn't have to be one interface, but basically like Alt Tab, right? If I press Alt Tab, it should go to the other. Uh, I already explained it. I want to do this. Wait, can you have multiple? You have multiple remote desktops running at the same time? Like, could I have 4 or 5 running on these EC2? This is crazy. This is gonna be so cool. Right, I might actually do this right now. This is gonna be crazy. Can you imagine? I have basically 6, right? I'll have 6 on this screen, and I'm like doing all 6 at the same time. I don't know. Don't want to get banned. I'm not really sure totally if it's allowed. I don't really see a lot about it. But it would be pretty cool. I might have to do it, honestly. I just can't, get too crazy with it. You know, 4 or 5, that's the maximum. But you're saying basically it's definitely possible to be have like 4 or 5 remote desktop instances open on my MacBook. And it will be extremely easy to switch between them, like just a second from one IDE to the next in the other server. This is so interesting. Huh. So interesting to me. I mean, if I can get this working, I'll move so much quicker. All right, let's do it, honestly. I think it makes sense. So I'm gonna log into my AWS. I'm gonna spin up. I'm gonna try it with 4 to start. Um, should we use EC2? Is EC2 the best choice for this? Can you basically pros and cons? What do you think? I guess someone joined, so you might be wondering what I'm doing. Not sure if it's a bot though. I think sometimes some bots join. I'm not really sure. It's person. Yeah. Okay. Let me read this actually. Okay. So Yeah, so we don't want to do that. And then so- right, you could use this, but I'm not really sure that's beneficial for me. All right, let's do this. Oh, hey, Manu. Cool. How's it going? So, I realized something, which I think this will be kind of interesting. Um, so basically, I noticed like yesterday, right? I was sitting around a lot of times where I'm just like waiting for it to generate. So I was like, well, it'd be really nice if I could run like 5 or 6 composers at the same time. Cursor, I can't really do it at the moment. I read online that they're planning to add this kind of thing. But to get around this, I'm thinking basically I'll spin up a bunch of servers on AWS and I'll have like basically 4 or 5 windows open and I'll just like quickly go between them. Boom, cursor does this feature, boom, switch to another one while it's waiting for that one, go to another one, waiting for that one. And basically I just repeat that cycle. I feel like that would just be like really cool. Like, so I think I'm gonna start with this. If I can get that working. Let's see, I think Manu joined actually. That's cool. Nice. That's cool. Is that Manu right there? Rich. Oh, Manu is rich. By the way, Manu, if you want to be an admin on the Discord, just let me know. I don't really, if you want to, I think Carson asked if you want to, that you want to make some changes and stuff. So if you want to make changes too, just let me know because uh, that'd be cool. We have a nice looking Discord. Maybe add some bots at some point that say, hey, there are 3 players online. Or maybe it notifies this Discord server whenever a player joins. That would be very useful, actually. Add that to the list here. And that's useful for me too, because then I can kind of monitor what they're doing on the server. Okay, in about 4 minutes, I need to do something. Let me blank my screen real quick. Okay. Okay. Interesting. So, yeah, 4 minutes, I'll need to spend 5 minutes doing something, basically. I'm trying to secure a domain that I think is interestingly priced. Okay, cool. Let's start with this AWS thing. And we'll maybe make an email for this particular thing. Okay, type all. Oh, I didn't. UI's hard. Okay. let's put in a fake one. What's this? Okay, all right. Actually, let's, yeah, I gotta blank my screen there for this one. Very cool. Cool. So we're gonna spin up to all right. Okay, so give me basically I need 5 minutes to do it. I'm trying to secure a domain that I think is really good. So I'm gonna see if I get. So, actually, I'll finish this real quick. I'm gonna blank the screen for a little bit. All right, cool. So now let's sign in. But first, I'm gonna do this thing. So give me a little bit. See if I get it. I'll be stoked if I do. Basically, what I'm thinking for this domain that I'm trying to get is it's gonna be like basically you put in it's like for people who are starting to make a game. Right now, a cursor can generate like pretty good. Actually, I need to probably think about it a little more because I'm not really sure that that's that cool, but I think there's potentially something. So, sorry, it didn't really make sense, but it's the morning, so gotta be incoherent for a while. So, all right, so basically 3 more minutes, and I can. I made the boat game. The boat game. What do you mean? Oh, you mean this Tidefall thing? Yeah. Unless you're talking about something else. I don't. Is there another game called the boat game? Or maybe you're talking about like you joined the stream a long time ago, or a few days ago actually. It's not even that long ago. Feels long ago. But yeah, it used to be called the boat game because there was no, didn't have a name for it yet. Sorry, my screen's blanked, but just give me a little bit. I'm trying. It's 2 minutes more. Okay. See, in the source code, I remember a long time ago, someone was making a boat game. Okay, it's probably someone different because I started this about I think a little bit over a week ago. So um, that's great. Oh, actually, Razorface. If you're interested, and this is one of the reasons I'm doing this, let me send you the repo, because it'd be awesome if people started to contribute to the game. Because so I'll send it. I'll send you the repo if you want to be a contributor and add you to the new Discord that yesterday the people who joined here created. It's so cool. And also, Manu, just let me know if you want to be the, like I said, admin on the Discord if you're interested in Carson asked and so or all right. So give me just a little bit longer here. Yeah, I didn't realize there'd be people joining this early in the morning. I guess you guys are probably in the East Coast, right? Just assumed it because usually it's like it was like zero for the first some hours. So I just assumed. I may get this domain. It's another one more minute, and I will not. If I do, I will be in a good mood. Just want to build nonstop. Oh, okay, that's cool. Me too, man. This is the only the only thing I wake up early for. I never wake up early for really anything. So um, yeah, feel free to contribute to the project. That's that's the last time I'll plug that. But you probably got your own projects, I guess. But if you're interested, okay, I will know if I got the domain in 10 seconds, and then I will unblank the screen because it has my information and stuff. Awesome. I got it. That is great. Okay, I am excited. So basically, I got this I got this domain, and I'm excited to work on that. Oh, right. So one of the things I want to do is, but I do have to verify like terms of service stuff, I guess, before I do it. But I wanted to. I noticed yesterday I was waiting around a lot. Like I would I would run a composer, and it would do a great job, like 90% of the time. But I was still waiting around, like just playing on my phone. So I figured just spin up a bunch of um, EC2 stuff and connect to it. So I'll have like a bunch on the screen or just like alt tab back and forth. That's the idea. But I couldn't find for sure if cursor allows it to be on the same project. So I guess we'll try and do some research. I did read though that they are adding that, but it could be, who knows? It could be a month, but maybe more. I don't know. So it'd be nice to just have that in the meantime. I guess before I do this, I have created the AWS for this, but maybe we can just, since there's actually some people here, I guess we can maybe do start with this stuff first. I just kind of assumed no one would be here at 8 a.m. So I wanted to add a message of the day. Right now, the server we turned it off on at night because, well, I guess I won't uh, constantly say this, but I don't have Cloudflare on the, and I want to add it so the endpoints are a little more protected. Not that it's exposing data or anything, but it's just there's no data really stored for this. Uh, just some positions and client data, I guess. But yeah, so the message of the day basically should say it's after your login, and it'll basically say, hey, the server, may or may not be off. There'll be some like maybe change log stuff. So that's what I want to work on first. So let's do that. I actually already generated it, so let's check it out. Oh, I was still working with the Minecraft cave stuff, so but I need to I need to first delete my user account. So 1 second. I should add a log out, and then I don't have to do this every time. So basically, after my sign in, it should show. We'll see. So that didn't. So there appears to be some issue after the sign in. I did not see the message of the day. Can you make sure to integrate it with everything? I believe. Yeah, basically look through the code base, try to find where to integrate it again. I'm gonna check if there's errors first though. Okay, yeah, none related to this, I guess. Although, what is this? I haven't seen this one, I think. I don't see any errors in the console related to this. I don't see any errors in the console related to this. Before fully ready, I think. Well, it depends. If we get some contributors, I think it can move very quickly. Like let's say 5 people start working on this like a lot, and maybe I don't know. I guess it depends what it means to be fully ready. Because I was thinking it could be just like a evolving thing, but it's still really early, so I don't even know. It might evolve in a different sort of direction, I guess. Like, but I think I am pretty solid on a few things. I definitely want it to have clans that you can create, and because I think it's really cool when you have like a community of people, like you invite your friends, and you're in your same, and you got your territory, and there's some like this community stuff where like, okay, like basically you have all these factions on the server. It's pretty fun. I really like that, like in Minecraft. So I'm just gonna do that too, and then obviously probably won't have the kind of building Minecraft does, right? But we should replace that with some other thing that is fun to take the user's time. So that should be like, exploring caves or with monsters. And that's another thing. My girlfriend is pushing me to focus on. We should do the combat system. Sorry, my voice is like, I think it's getting worse. Just been getting a little bit ridiculous to speak. So combat, rework. I mean, it's really basic right now. Just press spacebar, but basically make it more interesting. Maybe like you aim the cannons, for example. Look at the chat here. Let me look at it. Fix the message of the day here. Okay, let's try it again. Let me blank the screen. Yeah, she can code. She's also good at stuff I'm not, which is design things. But she has school and stuff, so she's pretty busy. So I'm gonna make the I did connect. I'm just gonna make the screen always appear so we can just see it first. So it's still not showing quite right. Can you just make sure it always appears? Just you might need to change some flags or something, but that's it. Yeah, like right now, I'm just like playing on my phone, waiting. Like imagine if I could switch tabs and have multiple composers going. So I think that's what we'll work on at some point today. See if we can get it set up. Also, if any of you guys want to join the Discord, then I think there's some newer people here. So basically, it's just a place to if you want to try to if you want to report bugs or any ideas for the game or something like that, or you're a contributor, you want to do code, so whatever. Okay, so it did do some more stuff. So let's check. I'll just click apply because I'm actually not sure that it did apply. Oh, it did not actually create. Okay, it normally creates the file. Okay, so I think that whole time we actually didn't test the code. Oh, there's an apply all button. Let's just do that. Normally it does it automatically. So nice, it's perfect. It matches the style of the login, which is a nice surprise. That's great. Okay, so now let's change the when it shows. So so basically we want this to show after any login or for example, the setting the name and the color should show after that too. So it should show, you know, basically the latest out of the basically, can you make a system that's like messages? So maybe create like a messages JS and integrates the current Firebase login into that and also the setting the name and the color. That way we can easily set the orderings in the future if we have more screens. So basically it should be a little bit more maintainable. I don't know, while I wait, I'm gonna check one more thing. One second. Hmm. Interesting. Okay, cool. See what it did? It probably created a new file, right? So we have an auth file. Let's look. See that I'll just apply all because it didn't last time. So we got MOTD. All right, so move the login stuff to a new place. Where's the auth? Oh, it's up here. Okay, no, this is the auth. What is this? Oh, this is the that's actually the name setting stuff. And then after is the MOTD, and then you have messages, which is like all right, let's try it. Yeah, it makes sense to be some import stuff we have to go through. So I'm gonna ask it to verify imports and things like that. So basically we have this import thing. Can you make sure to go through the imports, all the imports you did, make sure function's valid and you know, basically just make sure they're good. Might not have finished, that's why it didn't do the imports. Right, that makes sense. Okay, so let's add that to add some debugging, sure. I don't know if it already did, but okay. Let's accept it. So this I've seen you just have to reopen it because sometimes when you create new files and stuff. Yes. I think it this doesn't exist, so I think it maybe hallucinated a little bit. Might need to make something there. So so basically, I don't think this player.js exists. Can you check and if it doesn't exist, see if you need it first of all. Um, and I guess if it doesn't exist, you can create one. Actually, I don't really know what it's for, so I'll make sure. Before you generate any code, can you tell me what this file would be for, this player.js? We already have a global state, so just instead, can we just stick this kind of stuff in the global state? I think there's already stuff here. We already have stuff for the player there. So let me attach the file. For now, just keep it in the global state. Don't create a new file for it. So, is this storing in local storage? Wait, okay, let's do it. So it looks like the force show message of the day doesn't exist. Can you check it out, see if you need it, or if it's not defined or not exported? Okay, cool. It's just it's calling a function. Cool, it built. Let's try it. Nice. Now, basically, I'm gonna try the different sort of cases here. So I'm gonna remove my account and then try logging in, make sure that the screen doesn't show for them. I'll add a sign out at some point here. But okay, so let's try now. It's actually not super bad if it shows before the login. For some reason, I thought that would be kind of annoying. But okay, so basically it's showing both before and after. I think I'm going to. It should be able to fix that if I tell that. So basically what's happening is it's showing both before and after the login. So there must be some extra call here that's doing that. Maybe just basically look around where we called show message of the day and see if you can figure out that. Okay, maybe I'm gonna remove the count again. Well, longer today. I'm curious, are you asking like, am I gonna continue going in like the night or something? I need to sleep sometime, man. I wake up at 8, so let me see. 4. I mean, how long do you want me to? Like a few more hours or something? Or maybe I should adjust the times that I start, I guess, the stream. I don't know. So I actually did the inverse of what we wanted. It showed it at the beginning. That's all right. Try again. So, good try, but you did the inverse. So now it shows at the beginning. Now it doesn't show after the screens. So try again, and it's okay. Forgive you. Why is it calling network stuff? Right. Okay, that makes sense. I see. They added this. We don't really want that because this is just kind of basically hard coded. It will show up, so it will always show up. So I got to delete the account again. I've been working on it for about a little bit over a week, but I would say a little bit over a week, yeah, because I started February 26th. I have to look at the repo. I don't really remember. Let me see. I got the commits here. Uh, oh, 25th. So that's, I guess February is 28 days, right? So I don't know. Yeah, like a little over a week. Let's see. So it should have applied, right? Got to delete the account again. So 1 second. It's close. There's some delay, I think. It's honestly okay. Now it's showing up twice, so it's, it's close. It's getting one half of it correct. Let's just see if we can. So basically, it should be calling the show message of the day, and we probably just need to comment one out or something, right? So let's maybe comment this one out first. Yeah, delete the account once more. Do you have any tips or tricks? I would say a few things. One of the mistakes I made in the beginning is I had the wrong version, so I had the 0.45, and this one came out 10 days ago, 0.46, and it's way better. Like I'd say 5x better or something. It's really way better because the other one there was lots of bugs and stuff. And then another tip, I really like whisper flow. It's cool. I mean, it's just basically speech to text, but you press the function key, so it's this here. And if you look, it actually speeds up your how you can get information to the computer, right? So like the typing, there's no way you get that. So that's 75% improvement, right? And See what else. Oh, right. A really important one is the make sure to every feature you put in a separate file, basically. So like keep it somewhat, don't just put it all in one file. That's kind of what I did at the beginning, and then it started to have some trouble. Granted, that was on an older version of Cursor, so maybe that actually doesn't matter as much. But I still do it because just in case, because it was kind of a pain to refactor the file when it got too big. At least in that Cursor version, so maybe it's better now. I don't know, for refactoring. Right, I was going to delete the user account again. 1 second. It was getting kind of annoying. I need to add a sign up. I just realized I don't have to necessarily sign in with my Google. I could just make some fake username and password or something instead. So we don't have to delete it every time. Right, so okay, interestingly, the code here actually did nothing. So this show message of the day. So it's got to be another place because it still shows both of them. So that's something here. Show message of the day. I'll just start by commenting every one of them out until we figure out exactly. So user is already authenticated. Actually, I want to keep this one because I want to have that like conditional basically say, hey, should we show it? And so maybe this is, maybe it's coming in here and showing it here. I don't know. Let's try it. Nice. So it stopped showing in the beginning, I think. No, no, it's still showing it twice. Okay. So that didn't matter this one. Let's comment this one out too. I, yeah, I forget I can maybe ask it to do this commenting stuff. So I'm gonna ask it to do it instead. So basically, I'm trying to debug why is the screens multiple of them are showing up like multiple times, and I just wanted to show up after the initial login. So can you please like comment out most of the showing message of the day? Just keep like one that will definitely call it. Please add prints and stuff too, so we can figure this out. All right, so let's see. Any specific settings or toggles that are good, kind of hidden. Oh, right. Make sure to add a project rule. So go here, go to the rules, and then you can add stuff. So, for example, someone in the chat made this. Let's see who was. It was Isman. He made this and sent it to me. And so basically, I think you just use AI to generate this or something. And I think I mean, I don't actually know if this helps or not, but I think it's not a bad idea. I mean, it probably doesn't hurt to. I bet you, they probably the cursor people. I imagine they tested it and like, hey, this is actually a good thing. So I don't know, just uh, I guess you have to go in the settings. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, the for the model 3.7 sonnet thinking has been my favorite sonnets. Uh, that the thinking it's pretty good too. It's just not quite as good. And I don't really know. I don't really think there's anything else. I think I guess sometimes it tries to actually today's display. Interesting. So it added debug screens. So, okay, this is the session info. I guess I should open the prints for the um, set delayed. Let me because basically I'm going to send it its own prints, so it can use that to debug the problem. Okay, so let's see if another one displays. So it showed up with the debug. Can you look at the prints and now figure out the issue by chance? Let's see if it did. Let's see. Let's read it. Okay. Nice. I can tell that worked. Okay, so now I'll try deleting the account. Heck yeah. All right, now let's try and after this, we'll populate the message with some interesting stuff. Nice. All right, cool. Great job. You have fixed the bug. Now, can you please populate the show message of the day? Basically, the components of this should be like, you know, similar to what you did before, actually, upcoming events, or I guess to start, actually, don't generate that. Just basically generate a description that says that the server will be down during the nights for the next, some amount of days. Just come up with some pretty good wording, I guess, and then maybe maybe in this message kind of explain the point of the game, like kind of look at the files and infer what the game is going to be. It's kind of like we're gonna have like clans and stuff like that. There's gonna be caves, and you can create territories. Yeah, basically look at the code, make that description, put that under the message about the server being down during the nights for some days. There's 10 people watching. That's great. So I think it should just be styling, right? Oof, dangerous. Do not want this. Wait, did I? No, do not want this. Right? Let me just make sure that I break it. Because I do not want it to revert the changes. Totally. It's part of it. Okay, cool. Let me delete the account one more time, just make sure. and then I will apply the new changes. Yeah, it seems to work. Well, that's not good. All right. Cool. Now let's apply the new changes to get the new descriptions. So reapply this. Nice. Now we go to MOTD, which is where we are. It looks like the apply for, can you I can just copy paste because it's just pretty easy. Cool. Let's try that. Nice. Well, we probably don't need to make it that professional. It's just gonna be down. So let's read the description of this game. So probably remove that. Probably remove that. Pretty good. So only respond. Only modify the descript. Basically the text in this message of the day. Don't modify anything in the code. But basically, make the server maintenance stuff like less. Just basically say that it's going to be down. Don't explain why. And then the for the description include like that you can play with your friends and you can find some cool. Well, there's going to be cool monsters like cool sea monsters in the caves and. And that's kind of it. And then remove the build coastal fortifications and the engage and naval combat stuff because we're not going to add. I mean, maybe one day, but foreseeable future, I think. All right, let's check it out. By the way, since there's some people who joined, if any of you guys are devs, this is open source. So if anyone wants to work on it, let's read this again. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's a little cringe, but it's got the last part. But not bad. Okay, cool. I'm gonna probably set this and let's see our servers should be down. I mean, I'm gonna remove the. I'm just gonna write this first part because it should be just not so professional. I mean, maybe if it was a big game, we could have it look like this. But so it'll be down during the 9 hours as we work on the game. Okay, and then oh, I should probably specify what. But I think all of you guys are U.S. people, so uh, oh, I don't think I need to specify. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think I'm gonna push that to you guys. I want to test it out. I think it works. Excuse me. It's auth required. Yeah, that makes some sense. Okay, don't know about that, but all right, I'll push this. I think it's good. I just make sure. I think there's. Oh yeah, there might be changes in main that were made here. There is. So I need to remove the changes I made for the caves before I push it. That's my mistake there. Let me check here. So we imported some stuff. It's basically everything related to the new cave systems. Granted, I could just push to you guys the cave stuff, but I just need to make it a little less laggy. So let's just do that because it's crazy, crazy huge. So the frame rate's really bad. So let me quickly go to. So basically, I'm gonna push these like cave systems out to test the block cave and the coastal cave, but oh, and the massive island. But they're all way too big right now. Can you basically just actually for to start just make it so they don't spawn. Don't remove any of the functionality of the code. Maybe spawn actually just spawn the block cave. Just spawn one block cave. No, nothing else. No coastal cliff. No massive island. But don't modify any of the functionality of it. Yeah, it's Wes Roth. Oh, no, oh, sorry, I didn't even see his messages at the. He sent some messages. Now, just an hour or so. If I share the stream, will you be able to give people? Oh, I didn't even see that message. Sorry if you're watching. Jeez. Okay. Looks very interesting. Just don't want to share into an ending. Okay, gosh. Oh, well, thanks for sharing. That's still. So that explains why some people joined, I guess. So I guess, yeah, if there are new people, basically just, you know, working on this game, just made it JavaScript, 3JS, the library, and then backends Python Flask. I'm using Firebase for authentication, and I'm using render hosting for and storage, and render hosting just for the server, and that's it. So that's the stack. If you're interested in working on the game, it's open source. To plug that again. So if you want to, or even just try it out with Cursor and try adding some features. I mean, you can watch me do it with the chat. It works a lot of times. Like every once in a while, there'll be a bug with this new version of Cursor. Every once in a while, you know, sometimes it'll do some kind of weird things, like it's stored the color in local storage, which is it's not like super it doesn't really make sense to me, but it's fine. It's not like harmful or anything. And then so overall, yeah, like if you want to make any changes, just you can make like a pull request, and I'll look at the changes you made, and we'll add it to the game, and then it'll show up here. The game is still like extremely early stage, so it's only been I've only worked on it for like a week, a little bit over a week. So there's only just like some really basic stuff. But if more people start working on it, especially with how good Cursor is, the game actually might be fun and in the foreseeable future. So yeah, so that's why I would love if people started work on it. It'd be so cool. I kind of want to make this, if any of you've played like Minecraft servers, I want to make some similar, like for example, let me show you. This is something I'm excited about. I don't know if everyone is, but like there's a bunch of commands you can do, right? So this is one of them, the slash fly slash fireball. Just basically a ton. So you can see my ship shot out a fireball, and so basically I want to add like a ton of commands, and I have a list here, um, and I'm basically just copying, the plugins for Minecraft servers, but um, there's like so many of them you could do, like auction an item, whatever. So anyway, that's kind of the idea. So and I kind of want it to be like community, so like people can create territories, and you invite your friends, and you have like this specific area of the map that you guys have claimed with the in-game currency, and you store your items there, and you can yeah. But to start, the game is definitely going to be a PvE because of networking kind of stuff. So there's not going to be like PvP for the foreseeable future, I think, unless someone starts contributing to the project some really good code that makes that work somehow. But I don't really know. Never really worked on that kind of stuff. So I just think like PvP could potentially be frustrating, um, given the limitations of this game. So just starting with kind of like you go in cave systems, there's some huge monsters, and there's a good combat system. Right now, combat is just fire cannons with a space. So to be like maybe you aim the cannons, or I don't know, some sort of interesting challenge. Great. Okay, cool. So I'd share it. I don't see many people joining. Oh yeah, thanks for sharing though. I really appreciate it. It's pretty cool. Maybe get some devs. I don't know if your community people are programmers, but even if they're not, um, Cursor's pretty good. So you try it out, and if your code works, I mean, basically you just need to know how to run it, which maybe we'll update our. We have a file called README, and I guess I should link the GitHub repo. But basically, you can go if you're not a programmer. But we're gonna make it better, I guess. Right now, it's pretty. I think there's lots of typos and stuff, but like, what is this? But basically, here's the repo. So if you want to work on it, you can maybe try, and you can always send me a question or something, and and you open the chat here and you try to add a feature, and you just kind of like, granted, there might be a little bit of a learning curve there if you haven't worked with JavaScript and stuff, but um, I think it's doable, honestly, with the new version of Cursor. So anyways, basically what we just did is we added um, a message of the day after the login, and I am trying to comment out the cave systems before I push it to you guys because it's pretty laggy. I started with kind of like this, like originally I tried to generate like a massive island, and I can show you guys what that looks like. So I do slash fly, which allows you, and you guys can do that too in the game. Oh yeah, and there's also Discord, but I'll talk about that in a little bit. So the fly is very janky with the controls at the moment. Kind of gives me little bit of a headache, but there's a huge thing it generated here. But the problem is it's very jaggedy. So I was trying to think, and then I saw on Twitter someone generated a Minecraft clone, and Minecraft is really good caves. So I feel like that's a good place to start for our prompting is basically like start with the blocks, build the cave with the blocks, and then after the fact, try to make it look less like Minecraft. That might be the way, maybe a way to do it. Um, but as you can see, we're running at 13 frame rate. So we want to apply the code to remove some of the islands before I send it to you guys. So one second. Cool. So let's test it. So we got our new message of the day, and then this doesn't work yet, probably, unless it implemented it, and I didn't. I guess I can test if it did. Okay, yeah, so this part doesn't work yet, so we'll fix that. But let's check out if it removed the cave systems, like the huge one. There we go. Looks like we got this one here, but it definitely is, I think, a little less laggy. So I'm gonna take a screenshot and send it, basically say, so basically, it looks like the huge island is still there. Can we remove that? But still keep the block cave because I wanna have people kind of look at it. A lot of times I'm just kind of playing on my phone while it generates this stuff. So basically it's doing a little bit of debugging. Let's try it. That's great. I can already tell the frame rate's better a little bit. So let's look if we remove the huge monstrosity. So I'm gonna fly. Maybe the next thing is to fix these controls because it's very challenging. Like to tilt your head. But I think it is removed because I don't really see it anymore. Still a little laggy. I guess the block cave, it's not like optimized, right? It's probably, definitely just rendering all the blocks. I think I'll just make the block cave a bit smaller before pushing. So basically, the block cave, just make it pretty small and move it away from the spawn so people don't spawn inside of it. Um, Make it probably like 1/10 of the current size. And even though the thing makes mistakes, usually because of that. That's pretty trippy. But you can also change like fly speed and stuff. So let me look in the chat again. Other people. 18 viewers? That's cool. That's so cool that people are joining. I mean, I guess to repeat, if any of you guys are devs, feel free to check out the code and make changes if you would like. And I think we added a /kill all command. So watch this. It'll kill all these monsters. They all just die. And they respawn at night. So um, that's useful. If like, it's the server's lagging, you can maybe try to clear all the entities, but the birds aren't cleared yet. And basically yesterday in the stream, I was just going through and, the last hour or so, I was just generating all these commands. So I was like, I'd like a fireball. And, maybe we can generate some more today. So like slash bird storm or something. Maybe slash island generate was one. But if you guys have any suggestions for commands, I'll add them and you can test them. Or you can add them if you want. Then I'll just, this is the code base. So I basically just go here and accept your changes. Let's see if it made the cave smaller. So it looks like we got an error, so I'll plug that in. It's just some import thing. So it looks like some import, basically just make sure the import function is exported or that it exists. Actually, I've seen this before. Sometimes you have to kill the server. It's a bundling thing. Files. Don't really know why, but the hack I found. If you keep going forward, W with left and right. Oh yeah, that's a good one. I'll add that to the list. So basically, speed is increased with rotation, or I guess turning. I might not have applied, so let's check it out. Let me take a look. So it's in file. Oh, it fixed. Okay. Cool. So I'm still in the thing, but definitely much smaller, which is good. Frame rate's back to some number that's green. But I'm just gonna move it away from the spawn. Can you move the block cave like way far away? Like maybe like 300 units away from spawn? Like, and we also have commands like /wild, so the idea is you can use that to go away from the other players. Like if it's you know, you want to go to a special place, but the problem is I'm in /fly, so I didn't follow the boat, so I have to go back in normal mode. So as you can see, I'm like way out in the middle of nowhere, and it doesn't spawn you an island anymore, so that's pretty good. You can also change the speed of the boat too, so I can set this to like 9.5, and you'll go pretty fast because the default speed's pretty slow. So interesting. High demand. I guess I'm not surprised. I guess let's change models. See if the other ones are any good. I actually haven't seen this error before, so interesting. All right, so it's 3.7 non-thinking doesn't work. So let's maybe try, let's see, what haven't I tried yet? I tried Gemini, but didn't have much luck with it. But that was the prior version of Cursor. So maybe let's try it now. And Chat Arena, this one's rated the second best for code, but it doesn't support images, which is kind of a problem for me because I really like the touch and the stuff. Let's try a GPT-4, I guess. I mean, honestly, even if it is in the spawn, it's not that big of a deal. I can still send it to you guys if you want to look. So obviously this is a little too small for a cave. I guess we can make it a little bigger. And eventually we'll have shops at the islands. The idea is kind of like you give fish to the islands, and then it will show like who contributed the most fish, and then the island will maybe have like the trees will grow and something like that. And also you sell it, so they give you money. You can use that to buy like territory. I think there was another command too. I kind of don't remember. Take a look here. Right, slash spawn, but that's kind of just a basic one. Right. So the rocky island create. Last time I checked, that was broken, so we need to fix that. But that might be a cool one. Right now, we don't store the islands on the server, so it won't be a problem for you guys to just create islands and experiment with it. At some point, yeah, it'll probably be stored, the islands. All right, maybe next we do the fly controls. We could also play with more caves, I guess. That was kind of what I was doing yesterday. Let me look at the list here. This is actually done. Radar works. The loading bar, maybe at some point. It's not too bad in terms of the loading, which is nice. Oh, this is what I was going to do today. So let's put the date, I guess. So we actually completed the MOTD. I guess I haven't pushed it yet, but we're about to. Right, so the trees are really small. So if we look at the trees, they're kind of comical. You have these uh, tiny things. Actually, that one's not bad, but some trees are really small. So that's a really quick change after this one. So looks like GPT-4 tried some stuff. Let's try it, I guess. All right, GPT-4 did not quite make me happy, but it's a probably a pretty simple change there. So let me go look at what it did here. Go to the block cave. Oh, it basically just didn't change the number enough. So we'll just make it. Oh no, this is actually let's actually check this. Yeah, if I set this to a really big value, which thing does it change about it? Doesn't make it bigger, right? Oh, it actually does make it bigger. It's definitely bigger. So this is not basically GPT-4 thought this was its position, but I'm pretty sure that's the size because it not totally sure though. No, it's actually I have no idea. It's changing. Could be overwriting the position. It's possible. So basically double check, like, is there another place we're setting the position in this file? If it doesn't work, I'll probably switch back to cloud and see if the error's gone. I guess the chat is a little janky. So basically, that's the chat messages don't always appear for the other users. Unless maybe make the block cave bigger just to add a cave or just one cave, I think. Let's see what it did here. I'm gonna double check more closely because it's GPT-4 and I don't really trust it. I'll try it, I guess. I think I'm first gonna accept all, so it clears all the screen. Okay, so nothing changed. So not so impressed. I guess 4.5 preview. Let's see if I have access. Uh, don't know if I need something for that. Can you try again? But we're using different models. So basically try this again. Oh, right, I forgot one thing, which is basically the message of the day should only show once for, yeah, probably a long period, maybe even more than a day. Because it should only show you if there's a new message, right? So I'm gonna make that change. It's once it does this. Okay, interesting. Doesn't really work. Okay, basically try to fix this problem where the position of the cave is not actually moving. It's still staying in the center of the world. Add some prints to debug, and yeah, that's it. It'd be kind of cool if you guys could like move the stuff too. Like you can like play around with it, like you click it and then move it around or something. That'd be useful for me. I think basically you can kind of treat this like you're making an engine or something. I feel like if I'm testing, I could enable engine mode and then I can start like moving stuff around and that actually might be kind of cool. Let me see if the radar works when you go super fast. Okay, it does. That's cool. That's really cool because I think it also shows the depth. Like as it gets closer to you, it gets more and more red. Oh, see that one just popped out of the water. But now I'm way faster than them, so you cannot catch me. Oh yeah, I'll show you guys the fishing game. It's actually kind of fun. So um, cursor, specifically Cloud Sonnet Thinking, generated this one in one go here. My girlfriend thinks it's too hard. I guess I kind of like it though. There's like, and it gets harder with the different types of fish. So I think that one was like an easy one or something. I think it, oh cool, it's that's a new thing. It actually disappears to a certain distance, I think. But it's not quite right because still stays the like the little red thing still stays in your Never mind. That's funny. If this hits someone, they should just like explode. All right, let's see if the other thing fixed. Ah, it looks much better. All right, let's check it out. We got some debugs and everything, so oops. So let's look at the prints, send it to the thing. So it should be up here, I think. Up, I said after, so it could be right clear some of these prints. So it's not this. These are the coastal caves. So it should be the block caves. So this is the block cave system. Let me just look at the prints I created in the file because don't really see it. It's a debug function. Oh, it added a function that I can call here. Let's see if it's called anywhere. So I think to start, they made it so it's not called, but I could always just add it. And I think it just prints some stuff. Position. So basically, can you actually call that debug cave position function? Also in the I just realized it's not printing these, so that's actually useful information. Because I didn't see any of these, so I'm gonna make sure that's not. But so position, starting cave position. Let's search that. Creation. Okay, so here was the print. So I'll send that because it's clear that it's still 0, 0. Now let's read the rest of the prints here because it should tell us something. Position is an instance of vector, sure. Working with using block size 10. Create, and it should have a bunch of coordinates for all the blocks it's creating. So I guess I just missed it. It's right here. Just send it to. So basically, I attached the prints. It's still printing, so all of the positions are still at 0. So it's got to be something where, in this file, somehow it's being reset. Um, make sure that where the position currently is valid, even though it's named position, it might actually not be correct. And also, like forcefully set it somewhere. So, just to double check that it's working. Change back to 300, 300. Okay, worth a shot. Let's see. Nice, it fixed it. Hell yeah. All right, cool. Frame rate's good, so I'll send that to you guys. First thing before I do that though, I make sure the message of the day only appears once for now. So please make the message of the day, just to start, only appear once. So please do not show it again. We'll add more logic in the future, but just make it really simple for now. So we want to attach the file. It makes it a little easier, I think. Although these days seems to figure it out without it. So I don't know. Actually, before we do the other stuff on this list, I think I'm going to, well, I'll do the trees first. After this, I'll do the fixed controls. Weird, I think. And this is bird poop right here that we created. And it has particle effects when it hits the water. It's pretty cool. See, although I'm not sure the quality of the stream, like the video quality, if you can see the particle effects, maybe not. Cool. So I just added a simple little flag here. Let's try it out. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's removing that checkbox. It's good too, actually. So let's make sure it works, but probably does. Yeah, so to trigger it, let's try again. Okay, so basically, make sure to just make sure to put the flag in local storage, so saved for the user. So when they reload the page, it doesn't show again. So I'm going to remove this statue here over here, and I'm going to replace it with something else, I think. I feel like this is not a useful addition. It was nice to in the beginning. And it generated all this stuff. So generated yesterday it generated this rock here. Apologies, the people who already know all this stuff, but just in case people are joining. All right, let's see if it finished. Yeah, so it should have added it to local storage. Oh, right. And then another thing, once it's in local storage, it needs to actually check it before it displays the. Cool. So now that it's in local storage, just make sure, double check main.js because I think it's doing some stuff with the showing MOTD. Make sure it's always checking that local storage value. And if it's false, don't show it. I was disconnected, so I'm gonna join again, see if there's any players on it. Hopefully not down. Let's see. Maybe that's good. Oh yeah, it's 5 players. That's cool. I think one of them's me, right? Yeah, 2 of them. I found some issue. Yeah, I've kind of grown to trust the cloud thinking model. Like I sometimes just don't read it really. Actually, most of the time, if it's a lot of code, and I just try it, it works. Okay, and one more thing. Let's make the cave system bigger, and it should actually have a cave in it because it's actually not a cave right now. So we made the block cave smaller for lag reasons, but now it's so small there's no cave. So can you strike a good like middle ground there? Basically keep it pretty small, maybe size it up a bit, but make sure that there is a cave, like a little cave inside. Oh yeah, so I put all the commands on the Discord, but I also put some that didn't exist yet. So they're over here in the dev. Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know. Okay, add that. I'll just take a screenshot actually. I'm sure there's lots of bugs though. You guys see my copy Ben A once. Without context, that makes no sense. But yeah, anyway, the commands ideas are here. Yeah, but some of these don't work right. It's slash hat, stuff like that. I think this could be maybe in like a settings instead, but maybe just we don't have settings. We just do the commands. Like, so yeah, if you guys want to add any ideas here, I'm open. We can just create anything really. Cool. I think it finished. So let me see if it works. Definitely a little bigger. Let's see if it actually has a cave though. Okay. I haven't already seen any opening. I think it's just like, but maybe on the inside it has it. Oh yeah, see that? On the inside it has the cave. So basically we just need to tell it to make an opening to this, and then and then maybe move it away from spawn a bit more. But other than that, so it looks like you built the cave inside the block, this block cave. I want you to make an opening. So basically, so, don't modify the functionality of block cave, but basically you should make sure that when you generate these, actually I do want to modify it to fix the problem. If it's, I don't want to make caves like this. if you need to modify block cave in order to make sure that there's always an opening to the cave. Actually, sorry, that is not what I want to do. Let me start over. I should make an opening. There should be some flag, right? So when I create a cave, I can say I want to create a cave with an opening, and that means basically the exterior is open to the cave. But try to find the simplest way to make that happen. I think that's one way. Yeah, because we just want a little opening, right? And then we have a cave, a kind of cave, very basic. Nice. Look at that. That's cool. I like that a lot, actually. That's a nice little basic proof of concept, I think. Obviously, still looks too much like Minecraft, but it's kind of what we're thinking. So now just move it far away from spawn. I think that's because we basically want to know, can we generate big cave systems with the model? And then eventually it should generate code to procedurally make a bunch of them, just like Minecraft. Somehow it managed to spawn at an island, like a million miles away. Where is it now? I don't see it. Where'd it go? Okay, let me add it back, I guess. I'll do it 1,000. Oh, there it is. Cool. So I'll just be over there. Start. I think I can push it now. Just make sure didn't break anything. Oh, yeah, and I can push the coastal cliffs now because they're not spawning. So we'll make those look nice at some point, I think. And okay, I got that. Just make sure. Yeah, I think that's it. Right? They're not too many. Okay, cool. Add new islands. Or not islands, new caves. One spawns. Block cave spawns. Oh yeah, so Did the game crash? I, I'm still connected. I guess you can always play offline mode. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if server goes down because it's not super not super I'm free playing and stuff. So I'd actually be curious to see how many players it actually could handle. Probably not more than 10, I think. I'd guess it's the free plan, so and it's not optimized or anything. And I'm using Firebase, so Firebase has limits in the queries for per day, unless you pay. But I did get some. I did get $300 of free Google credits, so it would probably sustain us for a while. Okay, anyways, what's the next thing? Where is it? Cool. I'm gonna add it across because it makes me feel good. Caves. Okay. Minimum tree size. So we should go to the islands, which I think is in the worlds. So this should be a pretty simple change. We basically just want to have a variable that's responsible to basically minimum tree size. And we want to make sure the minimum size is not too small because actually, you just modify, you don't even need to. I'm sure there's some random somewhere here that basically make the trees, they should not be under a certain size. And I think ideally, trees should be a separate file, but it's okay. Oh, the server crashed. Not really surprising. Let me just make sure no one's doing anything too crazy with stuff here. Okay. I added like throttles and stuff for the calls. So basically, I was just checking, making sure no one's like writing like a million times to the, because I don't want to run it at Firebase queries. Because someone could come here and try to, just call the endpoints a million times. So just try to keep it. All right, so let's try. So I guess if there's new people here, this is open source. So if you want to start working on it, you're a dev or not. So the minimum tree, basically, we shouldn't have any those tiny trees that we were seeing. But I still see the tiny trees. They're over here. These little miniature things. Oh yeah, so the coins don't work yet. Yeah, it hasn't been implemented. It's sort of just a temporary place there. I think, did I not accept it? Or I guess it's possible. Let me just make sure. I guess it makes sense that that would have been a pretty simple change. Oh, nice. The trees are bigger. Let me just make sure there's no tiny ones. They're still a bit too small, so I'm gonna change that. So let's make it 50. Oh yeah, that's kind of cool. Maybe a little too big though, to be honest. They're very basic trees. Yeah. I'll see if I can load in a model for them, but models are pretty, uh, they tend to be pretty big files, so not really sure it's possible. I'd say the trees are appropriate size, roughly. Maybe even still a little too big, honestly. Yeah, I like how these islands just have nothing on them. Just like one little guy roaming. All right, that's good. I'm just gonna push that too. All right, what's next? Yeah, let's replace the weird dude statue. I don't know what they called it, but that's what I call it. So it should be in buildings, I think. Or is it? Sometimes it's in a weird file. Where did we put it? Birds characters see monster villagers. Weird. Cannot find it. Am I blind? There's got to be like a buildings JS, right? Where is it? I'm just gonna ask. That's a waste of a query. Wait, could it be an islands JS? It could be island manager, because this was in the beginning. So we have some structures. I think one's called like a ruined temple or something. Yeah, we have it all in islands JS. So that's not ideal, but we're gonna leave it there for now. Basically, change the what's the thing called though? Okay, here are all the things. Oh, they're just calling it a giant statue. So the giant statue is kind of like basically make a different type of statue. Don't make it like a dude. Make it like a horse or like a something something Roman, like a Roman statue. Yeah. So just replace that function basically with that. So we're gonna replace this guy with maybe something cool. We'll see. Go away. All right, sorry. Let's see if it's generated. Okay, it did. So I can still play. All right, cool. So let's try it. Roman horse statue. It's a good start. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, that looks interesting. Let's go check it out. Can we tell it's a horse? That's the question. Looks a little blobby. Has a tail. Looks more like an elephant, I think. Oh, it even has text on it. See that? That's some Roman or Latin. That's actually really cool. As the I kind of like the text. I think I'll change the elephant looking thing, but the text I want to keep because that's cool. So I really love the text. Please don't remove that. But let's change the statue. Try to use simple like geometric shapes because it looks a little jaggedy. Before you generate any code, though, can you give me some suggestions for like cool Roman statues? So no code first, just some ideas. Let's see what do we want to do here. Yeah, like a obelisk. I kind of like the obelisk because I feel like it's gonna nail the obelisk. Arch, Seawolf. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do the obelisk. Can we do this one? So basically keep the text part of it, like that under part of the statue, but add the obelisk on top and replace the horse, I guess. What does it even say on the I guess we could generate a bunch of these just to test it out. Like we'll just add like maybe two or three more of these statue things and maybe types of buildings. I'm gonna check this real quick. All right, seems okay. Sounds like there's some new Discord messages. I'm gonna first check the new obelisk. Oh, I actually really like that. That looks really good, actually. I can tell from here. Oh, with the bird, I like that. It's a little bit glitchy at the top, but other than that, that's cool. Yeah, let's add that. I'm gonna push that change there. Let's generate a bunch of these because just for fun, like let's add a bunch of, and I'll take suggestions if anyone has any for things to add. So I'm not that creative. It's cool. I mean, it looks slightly, but other than that, it looks pretty cool. Definitely looks like an obelisk. So, so let's maybe try another one of these like towers. Actually, we have enough towers, I think. Let's maybe do something else. I'll try to get some different ideas. So I want to generate some new ideas for buildings to try to basically create with this. So can you give me some ideas? Come up with some themes related to because it's kind of like our ship is like a nautical theme. So maybe some like old piratey kind of stuff. Just basically some structures. So yeah. Oh, but I always need to specify no code if I'm doing it. And please do that, but no code because I just want ideas first. Oh, that'd be cool. Pirate Tavern. Smuggler's Hideout. Cool. Okay, I'm excited now. I'm gonna try all three of these. Maybe even the shipwreck. I won't do this one, but these four sound actually pretty cool. I already have the lighthouse. These are also cool. Kraken Worship Temple. Interesting. All right, let's start with the most interesting one. I think is Smuggler's Hideout. All right, let's create. Oh, what the heck? So basically, do very similar to what you've done in islands.js, but this time I want you to make a separate file for it. So make a separate file for it and integrate it with islands.js. And yeah, um, yeah, and also make it spawn like on one of the islands. So if anyone's new here, this is open source. So if you want to work on it, the code is available, and you can try to add some stuff. If you want the link, just ask. I'll give it to you. Any devs are here or other people. Another thing I want to do, I'm going to do that after this, is once you've, oh, I already have it here actually. So we're going to change the music because I actually don't like it anymore. The chat is a little bit, sometimes it sends, sometimes it doesn't. So they don't work yet. Let's see if it generated some new smuggler hideout. That's actually a lot of code. It's probably gonna be pretty interesting. Jesus. Sorry. This is so fun. It's actually really cool that I can generate all these things here. So we want to make this one so it always spawns. So I don't want to be confused. Oh, we got some shader errors. So too much stuff going on, I think. Interesting. Never seen this one. We'll ask it. They can just remove the shaders though. It's not a problem. So looks like I'm getting the shader error. Are you maybe adding some shaders to the smuggler hideout? Can you investigate what it could be? Let me check if it is. Oh, sorry, Manu. I forgot to check Discord. Been kind of. Let me look. Join call. Was that? Are you talking about the voice channel? Mm. Cool. Not seeing the error. Let's check it out. Oh man, it's a little laggy. Let's see. I think I saw something to the right there. No. Wait, is it that over there? I think it is, right? But it's no, I think that's just like a rock, right? Wow. I don't really know. So it's doing something with the frame rate though, for sure. Because the other one does not have this problem. Wait, is that it right there? All right, I'm gonna ask it to let me simplify a little bit. So basically, we're having some frame rate issues with this. It goes down to one frame. Can you simplify it a little bit? Doesn't have to be super complex. Just kind of it's like simple geometric shapes. Also, it might just examine, make sure remove any shaders and stuff first. So if you see anything that could be weird, just do that first before you modify. If you don't see anything, then you can like make it simpler. But I think it's this over here, this thing. Yeah, maybe feel free to clarify. Not really sure. Are you thinking it's kind of like a way to explain something or cool, let's try this. I guess the difficult part is finding where it is. Is it? Oh, I think it's this over here, maybe. I would use fly, but it's just a little too janky right now. That kind of looks like it, right? Looks pretty good, actually. It's kind of just like an extra feature on the island, I guess. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna add that, I think. Let's start the next one. So add smuggler's hideout. And if you guys notice any bugs with these new ones, just let me know. We'll get rid of them. Now they're in new files, so we can just delete them. We don't have to. All right, so let's go back to the original generation, which I should have made in a new chat because I got scrolled. I'm just gonna see this is what I put in Google Docs. I think it's that's here. Because let's put the cool ideas. Actually, let's put all of them because they're not bad. I got rid of the highlighting. All right, cool. So we did this one. So I'll cross it out. I guess at some point we might make the stock like Notion or something, but we don't want to make it too corporate. So it's got to be something cool. Let's do the Pirates Tavern. Looks really good. Great job. Let's try this next one. Create a new file, same way. Basically do the exact same kind of stuff that you did, and make sure to spawn it and integrate it with the other files. Cool. After this one, I might grab a coffee because I'm addicted to caffeine. So it's cool that people join though for a little bit there. I guess we could redo this README here so people can actually get a more in-depth explanation of how to do it. Cool. Make a clear all entities. I think prioritize that, right? Because sometimes it gets laggy, so it helps you if you can just clear it. It's kind of like a nice thing to have. I don't think it's a admin, so they're just for everyone. Cool, let's see if it finished. Let's make this one again, so it definitely spawns. The problem is now that we have a lot of stuff, it's kind of hard to find where to. I'm just gonna ask it to, oh, I think is it over there? But I might ask it to just only spawn one of the buildings so we can quickly find it next time. Actually, I think this was here before, right? This is just a structure. I'm pretty sure that's not it. All right, I'm gonna ask it to chill a little bit on the generations. Oh, it kind of broke the ruined tower last push. Is that actually no, that looks fine. I think. Oh, is that it here? No, that's just another ruined tower. Oh, cool. It adds some like I don't know if that's always been there, but I really like these things here. I want more like these kind of things on the islands. These little like they kind of look like rocks, but I think they're part of this building. I don't see the newest one, so I'm gonna have to ask it to fix it. So yeah, apply everything. So basically, there's a lot of stuff on the map now, so it's kind of hard to find things when we make new stuff. So can we create some variables so I can just like um, or just make some simple way that I can only spawn one of the places, or just actually show me the code if it is already there, how to do that. Just show me that. Thank you. All right, let me check. Let's see what it did here. So if I apply, I should see some variable that I can change a lot of code. I don't really like that for this. Is there any way to make the code change like really simple? I just want a place that I can quickly choose which ones are spawning. Now we should have the variables hopefully here. The spawn controls are up here. Good. Cool. Yeah, so let's just only spawn one of these. Now we can finally see it, I think. Cool. So now we know it's rendering now. Cool. So can you fix this one? I really like this island. I mean, it just doesn't touch the water, but still it look really good. Obviously, the shoreline has to actually follow the right path of the. Right. This looks like one of those things I have to restart the server for because it could be a package kind of bundler stuff. So I gotta check here. Okay, cool. It wasn't, so let's. I've never seen this before. Find property. Does that mean we're not really sure? Oh, what's this error? Can you fix it? Okay, I'll try it. Oh, that's interesting. It's doing something really weird. I do not want it to do because that's a weird import. Yes, I definitely do not want it to do that. It's weird. Okay, so try to ideate a little bit before the code. What could possibly be the issue? Maybe I need to restart. I'm gonna restart the browser because that's a weird one. All right, reset the cache. I mean, sometimes there's just like kind of weird errors like this that are really interesting. Yes, module helpers. That's in our node modules. My property create islands. I'm gonna look this up on the Google because I've never seen it. Old fashioned. What? What is this? This is old. It's not related. Weird. I'll ask you. I know. So basically, I want to learn a little more about this error. I saw it in ES modules. What is it? Like, what could possibly be the issue here? Because it's definitely not the imports related to 3JS. Oh, multiple exports of the same name. Okay, cool, great. Oh, I see. They actually did fix it. It's just they did the import too, which I didn't see. But I think cool or something. Let's make sure that I'm gonna apply all before I judge it. So let's reload one more time. And what I'm going to do now is look up create islands in the code. And I'm going to just kind of see if it actually is being exported to multiple times. It's like we just exported here. So that looks fine. Now let's see another export. So it's definitely not that it was exported twice. So what else could this error be caused by? And I'm going to check on Safari too, that we have this particular error. Okay, we do. So that's good to know. Let's see if it has the new changes because we pushed still a lot of stuff since the. Oh, it does. Let's get the rocks. For some reason, this guy's still here, so that means uh, deployment must have failed here. So I must have just made a stupid mistake, right? So it's an islands JS. Let me take a look here. So it's this spawn block cave. Let me see if I have it in my code here. Let me just make sure maybe it's my recent code changes. Let's see here. Islands. Oh, so we do export it, so that's good. Let's see if it's in the GitHub desktop. So I definitely did push it, right? So if I go here, so basically from block cave, we should be exporting the spawn block cave. So let's just make sure we are doing that. We are, so let me make sure so we are exporting it here as well. Oh, weird. but maybe something you just need to kick the build with. So not really sure. And maybe I can reset the cache or something. The dist folder in here. So let me blank my screen just in case, because sometimes things flash. Let's see. Sorry, 1 second. I don't understand why this would. I'm gonna look this up actually. So I see there's some people that joined. It's cool. So basically, you just joined, working on this game. It's open source. Um, I'm adding a bunch of. Let me show the local host. Well, actually, the local host is broken, but basically, we're adding a bunch of buildings and obelisks. There's a bunch of commands you can do. And we're doing it all with pretty minimal stuff. So just JavaScript, backends, Python, Flask, no engines. We're using 3JS for the visuals. And just, yeah, it's a pretty simple stack. And if you want to make some changes or you have any suggestions, there's a Discord too for the development of the game. So if anyone's interested in that. Yeah, basically we want to make it like a clan, like a MMO sort of a game where you can create like a clan and then add your friends and claim territories and basically go to big cave systems and fight monsters and collect loot and then bring it back to your territories. Right now there's a bunch of commands you can try out if you want, like slash fly. The fly controls are pretty messed up right now, but you can change the slash fly speed. And if anyone's ever played Minecraft servers, it's essentially just taking a bunch of commands that those plugins added to the game. So we're basically just gonna, that's the plan, at least just add like tons of commands that are interesting. Fireball. And we're gonna add commands so you can generate islands and stuff because the islands aren't stored on the server. It's just client side for now. So no problem. You guys can make some islands, make some structures. But we haven't done that yet. So if you want to make the change, you can do it. So yeah, that's my spiel. Okay, so basically I'm debugging why I'm getting a particular type of error with my deployments. So 1 second, I'm gonna blank my screen once more. It looks like Manu found some bugs. I'll check it out in the Discord in a moment here. But first, I'm gonna figure out why the deploy is giving me this error. I'm gonna ask the AI for it though. So basically, we got a deployment error with this, but on the local files, no problem. Like I pushed all the changes related to it. Could it be maybe that to clear the dist folder or something on the hosting site? So I'm adding a new statue. That's why we have the error. It's going to be called the Pirate Tavern. And I might just comment it out just for the moment so I can show you guys the new structures because there's some new folks here. in the stream. So let's go ahead and do that. I added some variables to comment the, actually, it didn't add the pirate tavern to that, so let's go ahead and add that. Okay, we'll get back to this later. So basically, can you add the pirate tavern to the spawn controls in islands.js? Make sure I can remove the spawn. And yeah, that's it. There'll be like shops and stuff on the islands. You can, like sell your fish. Oh yeah, and there's monsters in the game too. It shows it on the radar, but they don't damage your ship yet. So they just kind of just spaz on you a little bit. You got to like keep the tension and reel in at the same time, I guess. It's a lot of effort for an anchovy. Okay. Yeah, anyways. Oh, I should add a command to remove the water. I'm gonna add that to the so that way you can look at stuff. And basically what I did yesterday, like I would just go and go to the I basically create a commands folder and then I just say like, hey, create this command, and it pretty much nailed every one. It's pretty cool. They dropped little monster scales so you can pick up, but, it doesn't disappear yet. I didn't hear the sound, so actually, okay. So, all right, so we added the. Uh, oh, it was already here. I need my second coffee. A little bit sluggish. All right, so oh, that's not the locust. I'm gonna stash my changes so we can see the new structures. I don't know why it's freezing there. Very simple command. Okay. It's my, oh, I see. I guess. This should be in the git ignore, but I don't really understand why. Because it is. I'm not like, so this is kind of an annoying thing. So basically, dot parcel cache is showing in my git. So I'd like to remove it. Uh, Even though it's in git ignore, it's still showing. So not really sure. Slash, right? What if I do the exact file? I don't know. Whatever. Why is my stash freezing? It's just like hanging. I don't really think the parcel cache is that huge of a. Is it that huge? Actually, I just delete it. That's a good point. So there's the bundling stuff. Great. I think it actually it stashed my changes, so that's great. Okay, cool. So now we can actually test it. Note the new structures. So yeah, these are the new things we're adding. Hasn't been deployed yet for some weird error, but we have the obelisk, which is generated. You can check that out. It's over here. It's got some cool text, which I think is really cool. The Latin or something. I don't know if it's actually right, but it definitely looks like it is. Probably is right, I think. But yeah, it generated we generated a new cave system. We're starting off really simple. So we're just gonna make it out of blocks to start. And this is just kind of like a proof of concept that it can generate a cave system of blocks, right? So you can enter and blah blah blah, right? But then the idea is like you build a whole structure of it, and I wonder, how we can optimize it to try to get the frame rate to be decent. But yeah, that's kind of the idea there. And then um, it generates some other stuff too. Let's find. It was like a trading outpost, which I don't see at the moment. I think it's somewhere around these rocks. Yeah, basically, if there's any devs here, feel free to look at the code base and clone it and try to make some stuff, because that'd be super cool. Add a bunch of cool features. We can move quickly, make a fun game. Okay, so let's get back to the stuff. Actually, maybe I'll do that query again. Create the pirate tavern, because um, that might just be the simplest way to fix this problem. I'm gonna keep the file though, just in case it's like really epic. I don't want to delete it. So we'll call it Pirate Tavern. Actually, we won't call it anything. I'll just tell it. So I'd like to generate a new building. We will call it Pirate Tavern, but please don't use the existing Pirate Tavern.js. Just make a new one, and make sure to integrate it with all the files, islands.js. Please check the imports and exports. Make sure those are valid, and keep it somewhat simple. Don't add too many shapes and shaders. Just simple geometric shapes, and be creative. Also, don't change existing functionality in islands.js. In islands.js. Oh, so menu, it's /speed 9, or has to be under 10. So I guess I'll just send all the commands. So is this one fly speed? You can set fly speed to whatever, so you can do like a million. I think there's probably a limit, but I don't really know. And /fireball /wild /spawn uh, what else? Don't really know. I think there's a few more, but that's basically it. Oh, there is slash clan create, but it doesn't fully work yet. It's just the first part that works, which is changing your name. But the next part is it actually stores your clan data, which it doesn't. Cool. I'm making a new pirate type. Let's try it. Okay, looks good to me. Let's try it. Not that I read it. Oh, it's doing this thing again. Basically, the way we import the three is like this. I assume it's the same error as before, but let's just double check. It's doing something weird in these. Not really sure. I guess it's a trigger word pirate tavern. Not really sure. So it's in the exports. I mean, we can check if it modified the exports. I don't think it did. Oh, I think I know what the kind of problem is here because I ran into this earlier in the project, but it wasn't an early cursor version. I had when my file got over about 1,200 lines, it kind of failed at the integrations. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's similar here. That's why, like, I started to separate into separate files like this. But I think basically it doesn't. It's probably not exporting something, right? Let's check. Create island. Is it exporting that? It is. Is it defined? It is. This is kind of a weird way. I don't really know why this even exists though, because can't you just export it directly? So I'm just gonna comment it out for now just to see. Probably break something, but I've never really seen an export done like that. So, but I am not an expert. I think it's because it's in a class, right, or something. No, it's not. Okay. So basically, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna paste the error, and I'm going to ask it this very specific line of code what it could be. And then once we fix this error, we can test both the pirates' buildings. Attach this code here. So basically, we're getting this error here when we're exporting. Please check very carefully the exports of this file. Go through and make sure, and then make sure also that we're exporting everything that we need for the Pirate Tavern. So take a look at the Pirate Tavern file. Just double check both of those. Well, it says it found something. Oh, oh, that makes sense. Because we're both probably exporting it through here this way and actually exporting on the function itself. So that's a pretty simple one, but just that kind of makes sense. So I'm just going to read it real quick just to make sure. But, so basically, like sometimes I guess you have to give it the line of code and explain a little more. But so there's a new error, so that's good, I think. Yeah, so it's just this one's should be an easy one, I think. So we're getting features not defined. Basically, just make sure, first of all, does this need to be here? Second of all, does it already exist somewhere else? And we haven't exported it, so please check the Pirate Tavern file because it might have the export for this. It's attached the files to be safe. But I think basically, my guess is this file is getting a bit big, and it should have been separated because this is kind of classic stuff I ran into at the beginning of the project, which is integration started failing. And I was like, damn, this is not going to work. But then I just like started separating it and refactoring it, and then it started working really well. So I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, that's fine. So is it basically just a random generation? Wait, what is it exactly? I'll apply it, see what it does, but it's kind of weird. Just an empty array. Okay. Okay, cool. At least it loaded. Let's look if it made it. Oh yeah, look, there's some stuff over there, some new things. Let's go look. That's cool. It's like a rock. Although this is supposed to be a pirate tavern, right? Is it the tavern on the rocks? Is that what's going on here? I think it's kind of cool. I'm gonna make sure to disable everything else, all the other structures, and just make sure that's what it is. So let's go to our variables that we set here at the top. Let's just do the first pirate tavern that it created and nothing else here. And oh, it has random spawning on. We don't want that. We want to actually 100% spawn the thing. So that might fix, we might see some interesting things now. I don't think these flags are working. It's still generating the obelisk, right? Oh, we don't have a flag for the obelisk, so never mind. So I don't really see, I mean, I think it may be generated somewhere, but I don't really see it. Basically, I'm going to ask it to spawn like a ton of them. So basically, I'm having a hard time finding the Pirate Tavern and Pirate Tavern 2. Can you like spawn just a ton of them everywhere? Not okay, not everywhere, but just one on every two islands. So yeah. Yeah, it's there we go. Yeah, nice. Good job. That was pretty good. Okay, so basically, so, oh, this is still 50%, right? Well, let's try. So they did less than 0.5, so we definitely want to change that. So we want it to be 1, right? And it creates the Pirate Tavern 2. Okay, so let's check it out. Oh, there it is. It looks like a work bill. Oh, hold on. Let's go look it up. What is that? It's like a little guy. He's like bigger than the house. All right, that's kind of funny. I'm gonna just make it bigger. Let's make that like just basically like 3x the size of the thing. It's Pirate Tavern 2, right? It's hilarious. It's like this little. Oh yeah, with slash kill all if like the monsters are annoying you. So yeah, put that in the chat as well, I guess. All right, if this works, I'm going to grab a coffee and I'll be back in like a minute. But let's just first check if the did it apply that in islands though? Kind of wanted that to be somewhere else, but let's wait, it changes. Spawn a tavern, adding a large change. So okay, there's just a scale variable. So I actually don't really. I'll just change the scale variable. So let's make it 5 times as big. Oh, all right. That's kind of funny. I don't know if I want it, but it's kind of funny. Let's maybe try the second one. I mean the first one, because that was the second one. All right. Hold on, let me see if it already exists first. Pirate Tavern. Right, we're not importing Pirate Tavern 1. So see if you can just change this to Pirate Tavern 1. Try to make this like a very minimal code change if possible. 'Cause I don't want to break it. Looks pretty cool. It looks funny in a good way. Oh, can I legitimately just? Oh no, it's still generating, I think. That's why. Oh, I just created just change the function in. But you just have to change the export though. Is that it? That's pretty good code if they did that. This is the first one. Okay, the second one's way better. But it looks like a Monopoly house. It's like those the hotels you put in Monopoly on the. All right. I don't know if we actually want either of these, but they are interesting. They're a bit too modern, so basically I'm gonna say, hey, can you change, so basically in Pirate Tavern 2, can you change it to be a more nautical theme? So right now it kind of looks like kind of like your generic like tavern, right? Or generic bar thing building. But basically it should be like old style. So try to do that. But still keep the shapes kind of simple, like not too crazy. See if it's still working. Well, I'm actually kind of happy it's like just two people now because I felt like before I want to leave. So I'm gonna go get a coffee and I'll be back like 1 minute. And then we do have some like bugs and stuff we kind of want to fix. But this one might be a good one to have. It looks good. Let's check it out. I didn't see an error. Was there one? Oh, it's probably just a quick little import here. Okay, I got the. It's interesting. It added a very religious bent to it. Um, I mean, that is the most religious building I've ever seen. It's like, actually, that's not religious. That's a sail, I think. Interesting. Well, I'll be right back. We'll try to maybe make that a little, like, I don't know, simplify it a little bit. Oh, why everyone got to join right before I'm about to get coffee? I'll be back in a minute. Okay. Okay. Gotta keep me in a good mood. So, if you want to, basically, we're going to keep working on this building. So I guess for anyone just joined, basically we're adding buildings. So this is the next one we want to add. It looks, I thought it was religious at first, but looks a little bit, I think it's like a sale actually, because there's this part here. The summary of the project is it's an open source game. So if you're a dev, feel free to look at the code, add some stuff. We have a bunch of like commands and stuff. And we're using pretty simple stack, just like JavaScript and stuff, and 3JS for the visuals. Um, if you have feature ideas, we got a Discord. So, yeah, but anyways. So let's basically try and make the building look a little more like, I said simple geometry, so it's kind of like just like a rectangle. So I'm gonna try something a little more. So basically the building itself, sort of just like looks like almost too simple geometry. So try to do something a little more complex and change the theme of what we're doing here. So this might require a large amount of code changes. So before you generate the code, though, give me a few ideas. The nautical theme isn't really working for this building generation. I really liked the ruined tower that we generated in the islands.js file. Can you figure out how can I prompt to get something similar to that? So basically, don't generate any code first. Just give me some ideas for how I can prompt for that. So we already kind of have this. So probably not this one. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I want to try that. The arcane tower. Treehouse. We do have trees. So I wonder if it could you get the trees location maybe. But the trees aren't very big, so I think actually let's do the treehouse because it'll be an interesting if we can actually do it. Like put the thing in the tree. So let me just verify that. Probably gonna remove a few of these. So it says non-rectangular structure, roots, branches. That's kind of cool. Living walls with flowers and vines. I'll remove this one, because and glowing fungi. Sure, we can keep that. Okay, so let's go with this one. So you're going to need information about the trees, though. So make sure to get that information in islands.js. And so basically place the treehouse in the trees with the above description. Don't use shaders though, because it makes the game pretty laggy. Also, don't change the core functionality of islands.js, and please make the Treehouse Tavern a separate file. Don't put it in islands.js. So when I get spammed, I just do the slash kill all. That's kind of my idea here. Let's see if it finished some stuff. That's gonna take a while because it's doing like a whole new file. So I got this cool domain today, afk.ai. So I'm really excited. I wonder if we can integrate that with this somehow. But I don't think so because I like this domain, so I'm not really sure. Did I already do this, the integration? Let's check. I don't see it here, so. Oh, so we want to disable this because we don't want random spawning when we're testing it. Cool. Now we just change the values a little bit. I'm just gonna set this one to be safe. Get the change here. It's false, yeah. And we would like just the Treehouse Tavern. So let's see what it looks like. So we got, oh, that's me. I did that. Thanks. Interesting. 470, right? It's basically they're doing some math here. What if we just add in a random value? We just do like 5. What will happen? Very weird. I don't really understand why it would make the water disappear because it's kind of strange. Oh, it's doing more shader stuff. I hate shaders. All my homies hate shaders. Please remove shaders. Please remove the shaders. They cause errors with the code. Okay, that sounds okay. So go to the page. Not sure why it's still generating the weird churches. Because I don't think these flags work. Right. So let's set this to 0. Oh, since the wrong place. It's gonna be this one. Let's go look at some trees. Still generating it on some places. Let me make sure it's printing the treehouse in the thing. So it is creating it. Oh, I see it. It actually looks really good. I gotta get close though, but first I'm gonna figure out why it's spawning the. Actually, I'm just gonna check it out first. That actually looks pretty dang good. Holy shit. It's actually really good. It even has glow. Oh man. I'm actually pushing that. It's so cool. Even has water droplets or something. Oh, those are the fungi, I think. Interesting. I was just reading. I was just. Oh yeah. He told me in the chat. I appreciate the. I don't. I didn't really look at his account, so I don't know what he posted exactly. If he posted it, he posted in the video or maybe Twitter or something. But thanks for joining. We're basically just gonna keep making new buildings and stuff. I really like this tree. It's actually my favorite item so far, my favorite building so far, because it has even like intricate details with the. It's intricate, but it's also kind of. I mean, it's not intricate, but it's also kind of like artistic. I feel like that doesn't make sense. I don't really know what I'm saying. I'm basically saying it looks good, but it's simple. It's cool. I'm gonna make sure to push the treehouse. I don't really like the pirate taverns, so I'm probably just gonna remove those, I think. Or just comment them out for now. I'll just set them to 0. But definitely this is my favorite. And I think it actually, I'm not really sure if it's putting it on the tree. That's the only thing. But it's generating its own trees, so it doesn't really matter. So I'm gonna figure out why this is still spawning, because I don't really understand. So basically these taverns are still spawning. It's either the Pirate Tavern 1 or 2, and I can't find where it would be spawning. So can you look in the file and try to make sure it's not spawning? Or actually, don't make any code changes, just show me where it is. Because sometimes it's going to try to do a bunch of stuff. Don't really change a if statement or something. So let's see, where is it? Okay. I mean, that makes sense. And I change that to. I think it's updated somehow. Oh, what else? There's another one. No, that's. I found another bug. I'll fix that, I guess. Yeah, basically an extra. There was an extra missing a flag, so it thought Pirate 7 was the. I don't know, something like that. Don't really understand, but kind of makes sense. So I'm gonna make this false, and let's remove the this because I'm still testing. Nice, it removed all the weird churches. Oh no, it didn't. It's still over there somehow. They really are pesky, these churches. I'm gonna actually I kind of want to see if there's anything inside them, just out of curiosity. Because the AI does some interesting things. So for example, I'll show you guys the monsters underwater, they fall apart when they go under the water and then they reconnect right when they get to the surface. So weird. Okay, I gotta comment it out. So it's over here. Maybe add a command for that or something. So the monsters, they let's go fly to them, I guess. So for example, look at him. When he hits the bottom, I think his stuff falls apart. Like, and then once he gets back to the surface, his whole body reconfigures. Oh, see, look. The I wish the flag. You see, look. His body is reconfiguring before he hits the surface. Like this is the octopus's eyes or something, and it's coming back to. And same over here. The it's just so weird that I'm like, all right, that's enough of that. But that's basically sometimes it does weird things. So I want to see if there's stuff in the building. All right, so building's right here. I think there's no like hollowness or anything. It's just sort of like a. But there is, if you see right here, it has a little thing in the water, which is cool, like a pillar. Oh, actually, it has quite a few of them. Actually, you know what? I actually like I really like this part. I didn't really wasn't really paying attention to it because the monstrosity was distracting, but the this part is cool. So maybe I'll ask it to keep this part and just make something really small here. So I'm not. Oh no, no. Everybody take a screenshot. I press one of the buttons, so I just sink into the ground. Take a screenshot. Nailed it. Okay, so basically, the front part of the Pirate Tavern 2.js looks really good. I like it, like the part where it connects with the water. You got like the pillars and the deck and all that stuff. But the actual building itself is like I don't really like it. So make it really just simple sort of building, but or actually for now, just completely remove the building. Just keep the part that like is in the water with the pillars and the make sure to keep that dock looking thing, but remove the building and the everything else. So I'm gonna attach the file. Reload here because I can just sync forever. I actually don't know what these are. These I can actually ask it that. Second here. Yeah. I'm just gonna use speed from now on because I just can't fly. Oh no, the other one is gone that I liked. Because oh no, it's over there, I think. Yeah, this kind of like rock pillar thing. Yeah, it's kind of like a little ruin. Or I guess it's just basically a bunch of rocks, but it looks like something to explore, so I kind of like it. I don't really know what file it is though, so I'm gonna ask. All right, I'm still doing this, so let me do this first. Oh, nice. What is this though? It's like fences or something. Oh, question mark. That looks not sort of what I'm going for here. I mean, it's cool, but it's not quite what I'm trying to do. I don't know why that happens. Once I screenshot, everything just goes to hell. I probably, if I leave the focus of the window, I can take a screenshot. So I like that you removed the building, but the you generated a little too much other stuff. Basically I don't want to change anything with what was generated, right? I just want to remove the building part of that code. So if you can redo that, and this time don't make any new decks or anything like that. Just keep what was there before. Like basically just these parts, right? The pillars and this thing. I think that would look pretty good. Kind of like a fence, I guess. I don't really know. I didn't really ask it for that, but it's okay. Still cool. I love that treehouse, man. So cool. Excuse me. That's a pretty cool image, like right here. Looks pretty legit. That's cool. All right, I'm excited. Let's see the new one. Let's see where it is there. Ah, perfect. It's just supposed to be like a little bit of kind of just stuff on the side of the island. It's like get some tables, I guess. Actually, I don't really want tables. And it kind of messed with the pillars, unfortunately. I added some. Oh, that's part of the building. I guess you know what it's probably like going through. It's probably hard to tell like which shapes were what, what for. All right, so basically I'm gonna ask it like, so okay, so I'll send a screenshot so everybody helps a little bit. So with this file, can you start from scratch basically? So remove all the styling, and what we're gonna do is create kind of like a um, call it a dock, right? So basically, it should be a dock, uh, pretty simple, but maybe add some like glowing lanterns or something, like basically like a you know what worked really well? Like how we generated the treehouse was I asked it, hey, give me, this is kind of what I'm thinking, give me a creative prompt, and that's what made it so cool. So I'm gonna try that again. Because that was my favorite thing we made so far. Because it's better with the words, more articulate than me. So can you give me an idea for prompts? Basically, I want to make like a cool looking doc, and I would like some great ideas for how to prompt you to make this doc. Um, Please be creative. Um, and don't do any code yet. Just give me some ideas. Oh shit, I forgot to that's right. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. That's kind of what I'm going for too. Like you want to be, I mean, they're all cool, honestly, but I want to try this one. This sounds really good. Basically, start from scratch, create the above. Don't use any shaders. Keep, make sure to make it as the same file as the Pirate Tavern 2. I know it's technically a different thing, but we'll rename the file after. So just keep in that file, and yeah, that's it. Make sure to integrate with islands.js if you need to. The cool thing about this is like for people that aren't creative, you just have to have the I guess, the knowledge to ask it again. Because it's like you kind of have to redo your thinking there. Like, for example, I'm like, I forget, like, I should ask it for the prompt and then ask it again with the right prompt. And we'll see if it does as good job as the treehouse. Because that was pretty dope. Sorry, I'm trying to test something. The frame rate and stuff. I think it's okay, but not great with all the stuff. Okay, let's see. Okay. Cool. And, let's try it. Might have to make some changes. Island.js though. We'll see. There might be some errors. Yeah, not surprising. Oh, it's actually this is one of these. So it's gonna be pretty easy. Make sure to get the right code there. So I got this error. Make sure the imports are right. Make sure it's defined. If you need to define it, you can define it. That's just the size. Okay. Well, let me look at the. I haven't looked in the chat. Okay, yeah, cool. Nothing. Sometimes I forget to look. Sometimes I look, but then I scroll too fast and I miss like tons of messages. Not tons, but a few. So we got okay. So this error is fine. I think it's usually there. So it was the same error, so I guess it failed on this particular problem. Did I touched the right file, right? Okay. This should work though, right? Because isn't it adding this check here? Let me try it again. Let me try it one more time. Just make sure. Set the changes and then try. Okay, cool. So that's the same. I'll just make sure to try again. So we're getting the same error. Basically, make sure everywhere in this file that's using this size stuff that it's doing a check. And also, you know, make sure a platform that size exists. You know, if it doesn't exist, you have to define it. So let's see what it did here. I think this might be the last building for now because there's some other stuff we should probably do first. Not that it's really matters, but the building stuff is pretty fun, I must say. But we can't just do fun stuff all day. We got to actually fix problems. So we got another thing like this. All right, so basically I'm going to ask you to please, so basically please go through everything in position, right, in platform. So this rotation thing, right? Make sure to define it and double check, right? So if you're using, you know, and make some extra checks, right, to verify that it's defined. And if it's not, do something. I check the Discord just out of curiosity. So, bad. Understand. Remember, you said to join the voice. Don't really. I don't know. I'm not sure if you're still here because it's been a while. So. Oh, great. I was able to figure that out. That's cool. All right. So what we got? Whoa. A little too much glow, I would say, with this particular. But then again, it's still generating code that I didn't notice it was still generating. So let me try again. Yeah, still too much glow, but let's just look at it. I see what it's trying to do, right? So basically you have these floating markets, right? And it's trying to make like a base for the floating markets. But I think basically we should get rid of this like this stuff first of all, this brown stuff. And then it should be more in the water. So it should be like more spread out. And if you do those two things, it might look pretty cool. So I see what you're trying to do. It's pretty cool. But the only thing is get rid of the brown, like this brown platform you've made, right? And then distribute those stalls that you made like more distance across. So they should be like farther away from the island and less close together, basically. But don't change anything else. Just do those two things, please. Thank you. My little minion to make sure. But I appreciate him. Sometimes I feel bad. No, did not save what I said. I gotta do it again. So this platform that you've created, so it looks great, firstly, but the platform you've created, please remove the brown platform. We don't want We basically just want those stalls, and please separate them farther, like a farther distance from each other. So they should spread out farther away from the island and from each other. So maybe multiply that by 2 or something, the distance that they are from each other. Did it already finish or no, it's just it's a little laggy, I would say. Hmm. Let's try that. Nice. That's great actually. That might look really good. Let's go look. It's a little too much glow, obviously, but besides that, I forgot to tell it that. So we just want the stall, right? So it's a floating market, right? And the glow should be better. And still no wood platform. We don't really want the wood platform. Actually, maybe if they make it like a darker wood, could be cool. Oh, it made a little boat. That's cool. Right. So let's do a darker wood and reduce the glow. It looks really great. I like the boat that you made. So basically, make it just a darker wood. You have this wood color, and it should just be like a bit darker. And then also reduce the glow that you've made. It's a little too much. Maybe reduce the glow by half. Oh, wow, I was just looking at that Wes Roth guy. I didn't realize he had so many subscribers. That's crazy. Damn, that's actually really cool. Hmm. Right. Probably more people later. That's pretty cool, pretty cool. Let's take a look here. So I think the wood, I'm not really noticing much difference, but it's possible I didn't apply it because I do make mistakes. A little too much glow, obviously. I don't really notice the color change. Oh, it's still generating code, apparently. Okay, so let's reload again. Pretty cool. I think it might be better if there's like some things in the stalls. I really like the boat. I think that's a pretty cool addition. I didn't ask for the boat, I don't think. I still think, yeah, like maybe make the obviously the stalls go into the island, but it's not a big deal. So I'm gonna ask it to maybe just make like a little guy standing in one out of four stalls or something like that, just to start. Can you make a tiny little dude, just like maybe he's like sitting in a chair and just put it in like one out of four stalls to start. Also, can you maybe change the shape of the platform? It's like it's basically like a square, but can we make it like maybe like a actually keep the shape of the platform, just make it like a bit tighter around the stall. So it's just like a little bit more platform than stall. So it's basically the stall sitting on the platform and it's just not as big. Yeah. My AirPods have died, so I might be a little quieter. Um, so, I mean, the prompts are really good for. Thanks for the question. Thanks for joining. The prompts are really good for the creative stuff. I feel like, and also generating all the. I mean, honestly, the prompts are pretty good for everything. But every once in a while, you might have a bug you have to fix. But yeah, basically, I've just been most of this. I mean, especially after upgrading to Cursor 0.46, it's just generated through the prompts. Like the radar, it generated basically one go there. Um, there are just a few things you need to make sure, like try not to make the files too big. So like always make a new feature a separate file, and it really helps to. Well, actually, I'm still experimenting with this. When I generated this treehouse, which is my favorite so far, I basically what I did was like, hey, give me a good prompt for this. So I just ask it for the prompt to show to try to generate the thing that you're trying to do. And I really like it added like glowing mushroom thing over here on the treehouse. I mean, it's pretty intricate, simple but intricate. I like it. It looks great. So I think I'm gonna try doing that more, basically. And I also like the rocks and stuff. It's pretty cool. I also tried to experiment a little bit with caves. So I'm starting with this kind of Minecraft looking thing. But basically, we're gonna try and build caves for the ship out of blocks, I'm thinking, and then try to make it like de-Minecraft it. So it looks a little, but I think that might work for procedurally generated stuff. So I'm gonna see if it did the thing. Nice. It actually did, which is cool. So I really like that it made the platform smaller. Let's see if it made the guy in the stall. Don't really. The fly is pretty. Is that a guy? I think this is supposed to be the dude. It's a little unclear. Let's look over here maybe. So basically, I think there's some new people joining, but we're making this game and it's open source, so feel free to, if you're a dev, can make some changes. Yeah, so this is the guy. He's kind of a guy, but I feel like his head is a little bit pretty cool though. to generate some generate a boat, right? What else would be here? I'm out of coffee. Let's look at the chat here. Okay, cool. Honestly, I think it looks pretty good. I don't really know what else you'd want to add to that. Maybe reduce the glow a little bit, but otherwise, actually, I think it's pretty good. So I think I'm gonna maybe push this stuff first before I do anything else. Yep, so all looks good to me. And it should push to the website. Here's the website if you want to try it out. It should push here, and you guys will be able to check it out in just like a few minutes. But actually, we did have an error with deployment, so this is an older version of earlier today. So we'll fix, I guess I'll fix the error later, but I'll push this for now. Add Pirate Taverns plus Treehouse Tavern and Fish Market. One of the things we want to do too is like, we'll have case systems, but we'll also have like huge islands, but you have to be a little careful because it lags if you generate too many things. So it has to have some sort of chunking thing, like Minecraft or something, like a fog. It actually did generate some chunking code, but I think it doesn't quite work yet. But that code was generated on the prior cursor version, so I haven't tried yet on the newest one. So that'll be an interesting thing to try. I mean, I think I'll do that once we're kind of done with the testing of adding new stuff, like new buildings and let me see the question here. It's the main benefit of asking it to give you good prompts, the creativity of what it adds. Or does it also follow a prompt format that results in better code? I definitely notice, like, if you're having a bug, right? You find an error in the console. I send it, it doesn't work. If you investigate just a little bit, right? You're like, hey, here's the general location of where it is. Or you even identify, hey, it's in these 20 lines, and then you send it basically your kind of process so far. It can finish it from there a lot better. So basically, if it doesn't work the first time, I have a bug, I'll ask it to generate a bunch of prints, then I'll give it that. If that doesn't work, then I'll look at it a little more and try to narrow it down, the bug. So to answer your question, yeah, it does help make better code if you kind of direct it a little bit more. And for the other part, which is, does it make it more creative? I would say that I actually don't really know. I guess maybe it triggers, like when I ask it, hey, can you give me a good prompt for this? Some of the words trigger it more to get the visuals that I want. So if I send it a screenshot of something I want, it's able to figure that out better than I can, because yeah, so. I actually really like these fish market things. I think this is basically, so if I show you on the game, so the game has a bunch of commands which you guys all have access to if you want to try it out. But so one of them is /speed, and I was thinking like these fish markets could be the places you go for the trading for the fish. Yeah, and the monsters don't do any damage yet or anything. They just sort of tug at your ship a little bit. Yeah, also if there's any devs here, sorry to keep repeating this, but for people who keep watching, but it's open source, so you can make additions to the project if you'd like. You can, you know, check it out, and I think the goal is to try to develop it based on like kind of community ideas as well. So obviously the fish go in the islands, which is not ideal. Cool. So I'd say we've finished the kind of creating buildings part, unless there's maybe some more buildings. But we honestly we made like 5 or 6, so that's pretty good for now, I think. Let me find the to-do list here. I should probably move off Google Docs at some point. Actually didn't make a buildings. More structures. Plus fish market. As the controls of the ship, we could do that next. Basically the ship is just kind of like you rotate slower than you go forward, and also if you rotate you go faster because it adds velocity, so that's kind of weird. I'm gonna make sure these new changes didn't just break it, because apparently I didn't accept new changes. Okay, looks roughly okay. I think the excessive glowing could be affecting the frame rate though, because that happened before, so might need to disable that, or at least reduce it. So next is the controls, which that was at the very beginning when we started last, or I started, but so it's in main.js here, so I'm gonna attach this file. I think it maybe a little bit's in character.js, so. So basically, I want you to rework the ship controls a little bit. The general, hold on a second. Can you guys actually hear me? I see the volume's really low on the, once I took out the AirPods. I don't want to just be like talking into space. I'm gonna ask my girlfriend here. Basically, the rotation of the. Oh, I know why the. Hold on. 1 second. Let me blink my screen. Oh, so you guys can hear me okay, actually? It's like reasonably good. Alright. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. Sorry, let me turn off the IR. Alright. Sorry about that. The music there. Cool. So basically the rotation of the ship, when you rotate it, and let's say you rotate and go forward at the same time, the ship is going to go faster because it's like adding a forward velocity or something. So that's the first problem. And Actually, just start with that. So just this problem first. Yeah, and changing, that's an important one. Changing the the sound of the ship. That's probably right after this, because that is a little bit crazy. All right, so definitely the glowing is affecting the FPS. Like, and you know, I did generate a lot of them, so I might just like decrease that to 2 or something, because we need to add chunking before we generate too much stuff. So I'm gonna basically create a new chat for that first. Well, I'll add this first actually. So in the game state, looks like it's doing something. Oh, I see, I think. Sometimes you have to clarify to get it to integrate correctly. So basically make sure to integrate correctly with main.js and get that information. We already are doing these calculations in the animates of main.js. So please, you know, you might have to move that logic over here, but yeah, just do it. Thank you. Cool. Thanks for joining, dude. I really appreciate it. The fact that anyone has been joining is really cool. It's very unexpected. Also, you guys can. There's like a Discord now, so if you want to, you know, pop in and give an idea or something, or work on the project. I know I keep saying that, but I don't know. Seems like we gotta plug it every once in a while for some reason. It's probably an error here, I imagine. That's probably just an import. You just gotta import the thing from the game state. Oh, this is a weird one. Oh, I know what it's doing. It does this sometimes. Basically, it tries to make the code better in main.js because it's quite bad, and then it adds a setup function, which I don't actually have. See? So I'm gonna undo that last change because it's trying to be too smart for my code here. And main.js was the first file created, so it's the worst sort of structured. So it's going to try and rework it a lot of times when I have to include it. And the controls of the ship are in this, so that's why there's a little more looking at code and stuff. So we don't want it to undo that, but and I think the new version of Cursor added checkpoints, so let me try that, I guess. So yeah, I'll restore checkpoint here. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's where we were before. We're trying to fix this. So basically I need to clarify, do not create a setup function. And I think maybe, so please don't create a setup function. Don't, look at main.js carefully and kind of just do what it's doing. Don't try to improve it, or just keep it very simple with the integration between these two files. Don't do anything that, just follow the pattern of the main.js file. Cool. Yeah, let's just let's try it. Yeah, so keys forward. All right. Yeah, I think that's pretty like simple. Cool. So fix the error. Let's try it out. Interesting. It actually fixed the stars, which were broken forever, I think. Or is that? Yeah, those are stars, right? That's not just my computer screen. But it also did something very interesting with the sizing. Sorry, let me mute the music there. Huh, weird. Don't really know how it would have... I'm gonna restart the server because that's a little weird that it's affecting the sizing. Okay, cool. The sizing, I think, is just because related to the... Ooh, wow, that looks really good at night, actually. That's pretty cool. Somehow the code that... Whoa. Okay, I gotta add a night. That's dope, actually. I don't have a pitch black part of the section of the day. And it has the reflections on the stars and stuff. That's pretty dope. Yeah, we're definitely gonna add the like the black part of the night, because that's pretty cool. Okay, I don't even know how it fixed that with the last change, because I didn't ask it to do anything related to that, so it's a little unclear. I have to look at the code. Like, what did it do exactly here? Looking at GitHub desktop because I don't see any changes related to the sky. So they updated the movement, right? And they added update ship movement, and somehow that changed the sky. That's a little crazy. I guess to, sanity check this, right? Let's stash these changes and see if the sky changes. Because it just like kind of bewildering me right now that that's possible that this affected the sky. All right, let's reload. Huh. That's crazy. That's a really weird. It's probably there's like a error somewhere that it fixed. Somehow that changed the sky. I'm gonna ask it. I keep forgetting that I can ask that. I don't have to figure it out myself, I guess. But it is a little weird. Alright, so basically, somehow, these changes, and I verified multiple times that these changes changed the sky, so now it's black. And there's... So can you explain? Maybe there's some sort of error that it fixed somehow that now some other code is triggering. But yeah, try to evaluate main.js and understand how that happened. Let's look at the little guy in there. That's kind of funny, actually. You know what? We should make them all in the same style of this guy here. He's got a little hat. They all gotta have little hats. Oh, another thing, it removed the diary here, which is interesting. Somehow. Yeah, let's see if it figured it out. Okay, let's shows. Let's see what my added. Update shape movement, annotation, calculus direction. Then we added this at the end of the animation. We added this? Double processing issue. Interesting. Somehow affects the positions of the camera. To remove the original boat movement code. Well, let's do that. See if it works. So this is the original boat movement code, right? But the thing about that is this also has the math for the ship moving back and forth, right? So we don't want to remove all of it, I think. I guess we can test, right? Just replace it and see. I really like the stars though, I gotta say. Like, we gotta get that in there somehow. So basically the problem is saying we are creating a new movement of the ship. Somehow that is changing the camera somehow so it displays a different sky. Seems pretty crazy, but let's try to query that. So basically, can you find the code in main.js responsible? And it could also be in character.js, right? So check there too, and remove the old code for the positioning, but don't remove any rocking of the boat because that stuff's just cool. So it should only be the actual controls itself. Now someone connected. It's Jack Sparrow. He's back. He's back. He is the leaderboard champion, I think. Oh, Monkey now is the... Holy crap. 491. Did someone hack this, or are they actually playing? 4091 seems a little suspicious. It's on the edge of suspicious. So, be careful, Monkey. But yeah. So the gold doesn't work yet, just so you guys know. It's just like a placeholder, but eventually you'll be able to sell fish to the islands, and you'll get gold. So that's the idea. I just realized something that might help debug this problem is I tell it this part, the diary disappeared as well. So maybe it's, very bizarre change, but actually I just realized something. Oh, yeah, I forgot to check this. Alright, so this is the problem, right? So I just need to tell it this. Basically, always check the logs. This time I didn't. And the log is what affected the sky because, granted, I like the new sky, but, there's an error, so it, affects the later executions of the stuff. So basically, I forgot to attach this error. So can you go in and fix this error? Thank you. I actually didn't get to look at this kind of closer yet. I'm curious if there's something inside it, because it kind of looks like there is. Oh no, it's just like a... See, I really like these rocks. I think I'm gonna... It even has textures, you see? It made a little texture for it, which is really cool. Alright, so let's apply these. I bet it's gonna work, because it's probably just some simple thing.
Oh, actually, I do not want it to do that because it's doing way too much stuff. So I'm not undo those changes. I just wanted to fix the last issue. I don't want it to update the sky and all that stuff. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe we do let it do that because it might add back the stars. So just in case it does, I will check, but probably will not. Because that'd be cool if it fixed both in one go. Alright, it's still this error, so let me check. So then what I do if it fails, I generally will do just a little bit of investigation, but first I'm going to try again, and then do a little bit of investigation, and then direct it a little bit more after that. So we're still getting this error. Can you try once more? And don't make any changes related to the sky anymore. Just focus on this error. It should just be related to probably some export or something. Or just check the exports and the files of game state and main for this particular function. Oh, let me look at Roosh. So, a little curious about the red dots on the radar. Yeah, those are the monsters. Actually, another person asked that, so I think it's not really clear. Like to me, I just like assumed for some reason that made sense. But yeah, maybe I should add some indicator somehow that it's a monster, like, or some instruction or something. Monster kill Libra looks a bit weird. Does it kill all? Oh. No, wait. Does it? Slash kill all. I think it does. Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, for sure. Slash kill all does add to the leaderboard. I didn't think about that. So added it too quick. So might have to reset the leaderboard if it gets too crazy. I won't change it for now though, because who cares? Let me just make sure there's nothing crazy going on, because I know there's not like an insane amount of writes or something. Alright, cool. So let's check if the new changes fix the bug. Looks pretty simple, just to import. Alright, so let's try it out. Fix the sky. It broke the controls a little bit because it inverted it and stuff. Also, the sky is still different. So, because now it doesn't change colors, so it's very interested in changing the sky for some reason. Let's see, this is my Chrome extension, so it's not... Oh, it's this, right? It's this, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is, but I'm gonna just double check here. Let's see, what's the error again? It's not defined. Okay. So we'll just ask it what that is. I'm unsure I guess I can check real quick if I get it on this one, then we know it's related, or it's not related. All right, I'm on Safari on this particular tab. So I don't see this error. So I think it is related to our changes. So I don't plug it in. So basically it looks like we're getting this error. I'm not 100% sure that what we added is causing this, but can you look and see if you can find why? Attach to the game state again. Yeah, killed that. Yeah, I looked at that. I was like, someone is messing with stuff. It's a good find. Good. People always find the craziest stuff. Granted, that one's not that crazy, but one weird bug is like if you stay on the tab long enough, the glows become more and more intense when you come back for like a moment, and then it restores itself. I'm gonna blank my screen real quick and check something. I bought a domain today and I just want to make sure everything is good with the So let's see if it fixed the last bug. I'll just apply it and try it. Let me just see if the sky's changing color. Oh, it's still generating code, so apparently. Yeah, it's not changing the color of the sky anymore. Let me look at the changes and try to figure out. So basically now that it's failed a few times, you kind of have to look a little bit deeper into what could potentially be happening. So basically what have we done? We've removed the movement code. This appears to be all the movement. And we basically refactored it to this other file called GameState, which probably should be a different place, but it's fine for the moment. New position, add. So it's just like, that shouldn't cause a problem, right? We're adding this, which is the problem for some reason. I mean, well, I don't know what's the problem, but let's definitely not do that. We don't need to update the we don't need to add update camera. So let's get rid of that. Okay, let's see if it's doing anything else. Let's remove all the stuff it's doing related to the sky. So basically this stuff too, 1003, 5, 6. Yeah, so this part here we should just nuke. So environment, this is a function that is totally doesn't do anything. Nice, yes. See, it listened to me, but it still created the function to say that. Thank you. Thank you for, I feel like that's a little passive aggressive. Cool, so let's try that. I removed all the sky stuff that had changed. So I feel like the sky should be the same. Nice. So now we can test the actual movement code because it stopped. So basically it inversed it, but now we can focus on game state because the function has been moved. So we don't need to worry about the integrations anymore. So basically I want you to change this update ship movement here. Basically totally rework it. I want you to be creative. Just come up with a cool movement system for the ship. Don't do rocking because we already did that somewhere else, but just do like only the controls and how the, you know, the velocities and the accelerations and the turns. Make it kind of realistic, and we'll start with that. Thank you. So I am using no game engines. This is totally JavaScript, 3JS. That's it. There's nothing else. I'll show you. It's also open source, so you can try it if you want. Feel free to run it. It's we're just using Firebase, 3JS. That's it. And Socket.io, I guess. But that's it. My kind of plan is it almost be kind of like when you're doing the development, it kind of you can kind of start treating it like an engine because you can start like flying around, and it's kind of fun. And then my plan is like as I keep developing the different objects and stuff, you just kind of fly over and check it out. So you don't need to be on the boat at all. Like this. Okay, let's test the new controls with the ship. Okay, so basically it's cool, I guess. The only thing it doesn't accelerate forward. I think it is a little better maybe. It's hard to tell for sure. So firstly, it's kind of inverse. So when I press W, it goes backwards. So just inverse that. But also when I press S, it just doesn't do anything. So please try to figure that out. The listeners themselves might be in main.js still. I think that's very possible. So you might need to make a change there. Let's try it. It's usually pretty good at this kind of stuff, like creative things. It's either that or I'm really bad. So, one of them. Wait, do you see that? it kind of looked like for a second the turning affected the rocking, and that would be really cool. I can't really tell if it is. I don't think so. Granted, I am moving. Oh, I see what it's doing. It's making it so the boat default has some movement, which actually makes a lot of sense. I like that. Obviously, it should be a bit less, right? But maybe a little bit of movement with the boat, and it's dependent on the waves and the wind. But it should be a little bit. Like, you should be able to control it still pretty well. Oh, it's already integrated the I can tell it's already integrated the wave speed with the movement speed. Because look, as it slows down, it's gonna start speeding up. Okay, never mind, I guess. So in the code there is stuff for like changing the directions of the wind. So I am curious what it did here. Let's see what it did. So basically what's happening is, I think it's the wind, but I'm not totally sure. Basically, the speed of the ship is moving way too fast for just being like not pressing anything. So basically, passive movement from wind or whatever should be very tiny, like just a little bit. The player should have, like, it's not realistic, but the player should have more control over the ship than any other variable. See what it generated here. Interesting. the the monster still knows it though. Very aggressively. I mean, actually, that looks better than, because it's like actually pushing the boat as opposed to sort of phasing through it. It actually looks pretty good. That's cool. Like, that looks like it actually has physics there. Straight up, it's actually bouncing. Oh, that's dope. Oh, that's so cool. I don't even know how I did that. I'll figure out a way to add that, because that's cool. We gotta fix the controls first, though. I'm basically gonna get another coffee, and then I'm gonna be back to fix the controls. I'll be back in another minute. That's great, AK. I'd love if you set it up, man. Just start adding some stuff. So I'm actually really excited for this change because that looks like actual physics. Like, look at that. It definitely was not doing that before with this bouncing stuff. It's almost like it looks so good. That pushing. So I really like that, but we have to fix the position stuff first. I mean the controls for the positioning of the boat, and then we can. I don't even know what it added to do this. That looks really good. Like, let's compare before and after here. What we're talking about. So let's go to the boat. I don't even think it was pushing it really. I mean, kind of. It was like dragging it, sort of. So let me reload here. I gotta find the right monster. So let me. Oh, right. So basically, we should add a slash spawn command, which you can basically, create the mobs that. So slash spawn monster type, and it will spawn in front of you or something. So let's put that in the commands. Okay, so let's test this because I'm very curious to see the difference between these two. Just gotta find the right monster. Let me put my AirPods back in though, because I think it's better audio. Yeah, thanks, AK. I think the frame rate's not bad. I mean, only when I added those like huge cave systems did it really suck. So we're not going to do that. And by then we'll have like chunking. So there'll be kind of like a fog, kind of like Minecraft, and then it only renders stuff in front of you. So it should be okay, I think. And then the water yeah, I really like the water too. Um, like I think so. Carson yesterday he created some screenshots and put it in the Discord. And I was like, damn, it actually looks pretty. Like, doesn't look too bad. But obviously there are some visual stuff that's, for example, the islands don't really match the. It's not bad though. But my girlfriend, she's like, I don't know about the looks, and I'm like, okay, I don't really notice it, but I believe you. Oh yeah, look at this. I'm sorry for stressing. But look at this. This is the difference between these two. And I didn't prompt it to do this. It just created like this epic bouncing physics for the boat. It's so cool. I might actually just commit this just to make sure I don't break these epic. I mean, that looks like what you'd see out of an engine, right? Like you have a monster, like it has some gravity and like, okay, the right obviously is some browser game. The left, look, it looks like it's like a sim or something. Like somehow it even added collision boundaries on the monster. I don't even know how it did that in the code that it wrote here. So let's take a look at the code because I am very curious what the heck it changed for this. Yeah, right? Like I'm so excited to add this part. This is probably top two things, maybe even top one that I've seen. This is maybe the because I didn't prompt it to add that. I wonder what the octopus, because the octopus's behavior probably is different too now, if it has some of this bouncing physics.
Right. Yeah, I know what you're saying. It looks pretty legit, this one. Like the water even. Yeah. Oh, AKA, you should join the Discord. There's a Discord now that someone created. I think it was Carson. Or so feel free to join. I'll send you my Discord, and I'll add you to the thing. Oh, it's Whisper Flow, so it's free for 14 days. Uh, it's spelled WISPR space flow. I'm still on the free version. I don't know if I'll pay because it's $12 a month, and it's I feel like speech to text. I don't know if I'm gonna pay twelve bucks a month for that. Sorry, but okay, you don't use Discord. That's fine. Yeah, I actually am not either. I basically never use it, but I probably will for this server. I use the shit out of it. Oh yeah, look, I'm in the top 1% of the whisper flows. I mean, see. So when I first started using this, I didn't realize talking is so much faster. I thought it was maybe like a little bit faster, but I don't even think I even knew that. I just thought it was like, but I didn't realize it's like 70% faster than typing. Granted, I say a lot of ums and stuff, so but still, it's definitely way faster. Yeah, that's kind of funny. They gamify the speech to text. I don't think I would have come up with. Let's add a ranking board for talking. Sorry, I'm trying to remember something. Stream real time feature? Whisperflow does? What does that mean? Let me look it up. Oh, you must be talking about something else, I think. Not really sure yet. Just let me know. Oh, there's a little bit of stars in this one, actually. Wait, wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, I think I know what happened. So basically, there was this code, right, for realistic skies, and it wasn't working forever. I just put it in a long time ago, and I think it just now got triggered after we fixed the errors. It actually fixed it. Whoa, what the heck? Just like vaporized. What? That's crazy. But basically, the stars now show a little bit at night. See, right here, but you can see it on the water. The stars. See, there's a little bit of stars. On this version, you don't have that. It's the water glistening. Oh, are you sure? Let's check again. I thought it could be I have kind of particles on on my screen. It's a little dirty. But no, like look at this. That looks like stars to me. Granted, you can't really see it here, so it's a little unrealistic, but it's pretty cool, I think. All right, we're gonna fix it in a second. I just want to play around with it a little bit. Yeah, like look, I think that's the stars somehow. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it looks cool. Whatever it is, it looks cool. So even if it's not the stars, I can be happy with that. And I like I wasn't originally going for the two planets thing or whatever. It doesn't really look like a moon, but I think it looks pretty cool. So, and the sun actually vaporizes, which is cool effect. All right, so let's figure out the ship controls so we can add these physics. So basically, WASD no longer works, but maybe okay, the rotation works on the. It's probably just something related to like the listeners because there's probably multiple. Wait, what the heck was that? Like flew apart, but um, that's what my guess is. I'm gonna basically. Okay, no, so it works on both the WASD, the D and the A, and also the other one. So it's just the forward and backward is broken. So basically, the forward and backward is broken. It's probably something to do with the listeners because it's probably there's some conflict, right? Some old code related to the listeners. Basically, what I want you to do is like go find that old code, comment it out, and add the new code for the up the new advanced chip movement in game state. Before I do that, though, I'm actually going to create a separate branch just in case it changes the physics because I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to like cut and fish this change out later. So git branch cool physics. I'll commit that to the Lewis. All right. So now let's do this. So we're going to need the main JS and the game statement. That's pretty much it. And maybe character. That actually might be the problem. There might be some listener in character JS, right? I don't really know. Making a video. So cool. Oh, so more comments here. Wasn't talking about Whisper, I was talking about Google AI Studio. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Um, yeah, I'll use that instead, I guess. But I wonder if they have a standalone feature for the um just the just the streaming of the voice. I don't want anything else really, unless it's cool. See, where's the sun and stuff? I see a bug, which is if you're pushed far enough away from the map, the sun and the moon. I guess the sun just appeared, but basically they should always appear, right? Oh no, here it is. I was wrong. Oh, it is cool. That's great. I have 4 more days of the Whisper flow, so it's just in time. Thank you for. I would have had to go find one. Cool. Oh yeah, and feel free to if you have any questions, Cursor. Thank you for the suggestion on the voice. I'll probably use it. Let me take a screenshot because I'll forget the name of what you said. Stream real time. So let's see if it finished. We're gonna lose our cool physics tab. It's all right. I guess we can just generate it in another one. Oh no, exited the wrong one. It's all right. It's basically just make sure you properly import or export. Look at the error there. Thank you. I think I'm adding to the list the when you fish, there should be like a rod or something coming off your. Oh, there was something I wanted to try today, which was on this model to try to make the sails like move with the wind because it achieved that on an earlier version with without the GLB model. So if we try it with the new model, it'd be really cool. So let's see what it did here. It looks like it did add some imports, which is good. Let's see if it loads. Nice. Great. Let's test the system here. So obviously the forward back's still broken. I think the next thing we do is add a bunch of prints. See, I'm really glad I made a branch because it made it worse. And I don't know if it screwed up the other cool stuff we saw. So basically I'll ask it to make a bunch of prints everywhere to try to debug. And I'm gonna add it to, I want you to basically, so right now it still doesn't work, the forward and back, but I want you to add a bunch of prints to all the listeners on those keys. So that way we can test it. So any listener in this code base that's like W, S, or forward and back, just add prints in the update ship movement and the game state. And then I'm going to send you these prints too. So basically just do that. Thank you. Sorry, 1 second. Um, did I miss this error here? Isn't this part of the problem? Let me reload. Cool. Let's see if it added those prints. That'll help us figure out what's going on. That's a lot of prints, man. I guess it's a lot of comments too. So let's try it. All right, so let's look here. Idle damping factor. Yeah, that could be, right? I think I see the problem. Oh, wait. Basically, what we're going to do is just play with those variables because that sounds a bit extreme if you have a damping factor of like 95% or something. So let's not pressing keys. But if I look here, apply load speed damping factor. I have a feeling it's related to these damping factors. Can you make it so it's very pronounced that I'm moving? Like it's possible I'm just moving extremely slow. So basically you should make it so those factors make it ridiculous so that way I can see for sure that it's working. Let's try it. Nice. See, it was sometimes it doesn't understand the scale of the world, right? So you got to play with the variable. You got to tell it to make it really extreme so you can see it. So that's really good. So now we will be able to test the physics that it added, like with the new pushing stuff. And I can tell it's definitely the water. It actually matters. So I can test the waves now. I'm gonna test the waves after this. Um, that's super cool. I'm gonna just make sure the slash speed still works. It might not. Yeah, the slash speed doesn't work anymore, but that's fine. Fix that. So let's just slow down the speed now. So this is really awesome. Please modify these factors to make it a little bit, maybe make it like 1/10 as pronounced. So, but it totally works. So don't change any of the functionality, just the variables are. This is a really good change. Like I actually bounce when it feels like it's really responding to the water. It actually feels I'm not just flying anymore. Next is the sail animation that would make it look even more realistic. So let's do a quick comparison, right? We'll do a comparison once the speed slows down between before and after of the kind of physics there, I guess. Yeah. So, okay, let's apply that. Let's make sure everything's good. Okay, so let's reload the page. Yeah, look at that. It's like uh, the only thing is you can speed up forever, which doesn't quite, it's not quite what we want. So let's just mess around with it for a little bit before. So if I just hold the W key, right, there's some acceleration, which is cool, but I think it's accelerating a little too quickly. So we got to reduce that. And then when you stop, right, you float for a little bit. On this you don't, right? So this you just stop immediately. So it feels kind of like flying. But this one you actually have some momentum. See? Let's check the back. I think if you go back, it also does this too. So basically there should be some limit on the speed or something. And also the acceleration should maybe be. Let's look here. I actually think the acceleration is pretty good, but it just should cap at a certain point, I guess. All right. So it looks really amazing. The only thing, so only modify this, don't change anything else. Please make the acceleration a little bit. I need to change what I was saying. Please put a cap on the speed and so basically like after a certain point amount of acceleration, you can't increase the speed anymore. So make it make it really low to start so that way I can make sure your limit works. Then we'll increase it later. So just really low, just so I can tell. I was not planning to add this today, so this is really cool. I don't even really understand fully how it's doing it because I don't think I imported the water map or anything. Interesting. Don't know. Yeah, max acceleration? Okay, that's not what I want, right? I don't want max acceleration. So I don't want max acceleration, I want a max speed, right? So like, you know, at some point the acceleration stops being applied. But because basically, even if you have a max, it's just going to keep speeding up forever. So we just want to make it so you can't speed up forever. See, look, even in this one over here, this one looks like a boat in the water. This one looks like I'm sort of just sitting on it. So cool. Making a quick video because it's so cool. Just really happy with the water. This is, I mean, this one doesn't look bad, but this one is legit. Okay, cool. Let's try this out. So they changed the max speed. Right. So we're gonna accept all. I'm gonna understand what they did here with this because I don't wanna. So basically they added a reduced, moderately increased application of force. So delta time times 60. This looks like the same code, right? They just removed the comment. Okay. So then instead of very low maximum speed, before it was this, now they're saying this. So they already had a max speed. Keys dot forward is 1 or zero point 0.6. That makes kind of sense. So it's like it already had a max speed, so it should have worked. So I'm not do it. I'm gonna do this restore checkpoint thing. Actually, I don't trust it. So scared of losing. Do not trust it. What if it has an error and breaks my changes? Because I don't understand it, so I couldn't reproduce it. But you have to just trust it could do it again. I think what gonna do is just do it manually, basically. Accept all the changes, which were just these changes right here. And they had an if statement that was basically if boat velocity, that length is greater than speed. So we should get this print basically, right? I'm gonna stash these changes real quick and I'm gonna go check the other branch because I'm curious just to make sure. Didn't have a max. Didn't have a max. Oh, it's right here. Yeah. So they had a max speed. If boat velocity normalize. So okay, so basically let's just add this back. What we want to do is specify to it that this didn't quite work, right? But keep the general idea of what they're doing there. Keep the line 201, right? And try to basically probably this math is wrong or something. I don't know, but maybe just tell them to focus on that part and don't change the general idea of this. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to copy these lines here. I'm going to apply the changes again. We'll copy it. So this part right here, right? So basically line 219, basically don't change line 217 for this. I restored us back a bit. So basically I want you to try to correct this. I think the general idea works here. Don't change line 217 and add a print. And so we can we can debug it. But basically, um, and just change this code, this part of the code. Limit yourself to this. Don't change anything else on the file. So what they do, they add a variable, so it doesn't change anything. Okay. So we're just going to debug it. Sounds good. I just want to be safe because I don't want to mess up what's already there. It's really good. So it would make me annoyed if I have to try to restore it to this. So that's why I'm being a little more careful. So basically, we're going to get some logs here. Okay, this is perfect. So we get the wind data, right? You know what it probably is? Like, although you have the acceleration, there might be just some other variables like wind affecting the, I don't know. I have no idea, but let's see if it hits the max velocity. So it's never, it could also be that the max velocity is like way too high. So we'll play around with that. I mean, play around with that. So I'm gonna basically go really, really fast and see if I hit the print. Okay, yeah. So that, see, the maximum speed is just too high. So you just have to set this to be like, one or something. Okay, let's try again. The maximum speed. So this is our maximum speed. Nice. I think that's good, honestly. It's great. I really like it. The only thing is the rotation's a little, but everything else is pretty good. That's that's kind of fun. That's a little ridiculous, but it's kind of fun looking. I think basically, like when you're rotating, it should just turn slower, probably. Nice. Yeah, let's just change the slope. Let's just change the rotation speed. So let's see here. I'll attach this here. So basically, I want to change the rotation speed, just like reduce it probably by half. How would I do this with this code here? Yeah, that makes sense. Just a little nice little thing here. Quick mates. All right, let's try it. Yes, that looks really good. Maybe a little quicker, honestly. Let me try it one more. I think it's honestly pretty good. Don't really see a reason to change it. Oh, let me show you. It's crazy. So this is what's currently there, right? So this is what's currently there. The controls are, this is what it does. This is as fast as I can go. Oh, look at the so this is basically hard coded, right? This sort of bouncing stuff. But somehow it's added kind of a nice physics element to this. Oh, also when you stop here, it stops, right? There's no momentum, so you just But watch this one, and watch this. You actually get pushed by stuff. So for example, this guy, right? Watch. Oh, did I break that question? I, I have another branch, so I'm really glad I did that. So if I did break something, just to be able to verify, because before it was somehow it interesting. So basically what I'm going to do now is I'm going to stash the changes and I'm going to check on the other branch that it didn't mess up the, I mean, it clearly did mess it up, but I just want to make sure the other branch still works. So let's see, stash these. Okay, we're going to switch to the other branch. Super glad I made that because it's really annoying when that happens. When you have a good change and you mess it up somehow. So right now it's, yeah, see exactly like this. So I must have broke this right here. See, look at this. The other one doesn't do that. The other one, they just kind of like phase through you, basically. But this one, they actually like push you and you fly away before they phase through you. So basically, I have to figure out what I changed that broke that. Thanks for that question, by the way, because I probably would have pushed it and been confused later. So. Well, I think I'm going to take a break for, I'm probably in end the stream and I'll start again in probably an hour or so, maybe an hour 30. But thanks for watching, guys. I'll be back later.